watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
Yo. Hey, 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 yo. All right, for a minute there, I thought we lost him.
Yo, what's up, nerd family? Welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is good to be with you all in the lounge tonight. Oh yes, it is. Hey, if this is your first time to the lounge, you don't know what you've been missing. You've been missing a good time, but it's about ready to go from 10 to 11. Because we're turning up the fire, we're turning up the sparks, we're putting it on high fidelity is what we're doing. We're literally taking it off the mono, putting it into the stereo. We're feeding your brain with nothing but the good stuff tonight, the nerd stuff. So if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It is the place for nerds. Except no substitution. And it's a place where you and me and my crew can get together and talk about the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, if those are things that get you staying up late so that you can watch the latest Marvel entry from Disney Plus, or the latest Star Wars entry from Disney Plus, or even iCarly at 3 a.m, or whatever, if you're me and H-Barts, hey, you know what? You have found the right place. So please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell. Don't let anybody tell you any different, and become part of this growing group of nerds. You're in the right place. That being said, can I just tell you how awesome you all are? I want to thank you all. You know how you know what the sign is that you're doing something good, that you're doing something right, and that you're making a difference, is when people can't stop talking about you. And I've literally had to come to this realization that, man, we must be doing a lot of good here. And you know what? It's because of you guys. It's definitely because of you guys. You guys make the Poindexter Lounge what it is. It's not just about me. It's not about just me. I look, if it's not for you guys, I'm just sitting here looking at a wall of toys and just talking to myself. And I can't express to you how thankful I am for each and every one of you, what you guys mean to me, to my wife, to my family. A lot of you might have seen today, I just proved a point, I think, and I'm not gonna get into a bunch of, because it's not something I want to talk about. It's something that I took care of. It's done. If you want my opinions, if you want my thoughts on it, go to my Twitter, go to Poindexter Lounge. All those links are in the description below. They're really easy to find. All right. But you know what? Let me put it this way. I am a 44-year-old man. What do you think the expiration date is on a 44-year-old YouTuber? Do you think that somebody who has, a lot in their life going on needs to chase clout or is worried about clout chasing. I started this channel with my wife and my 3 boys as a way to enjoy nerd stuff. And you know what? That's what it's always going to be. We may get opportunities to do stuff. We have had great opportunities this last year to do some really fun stuff and to get to talk to some really cool people. But you know what? We are still who we are. We haven't changed. And I'm realizing more and more that, you know what? I like me. And I like my family, and I like you guys, and I'm glad that you're here. And so there were some frustrating things that happened this week with some people who just say stuff and they don't understand even what they're saying. But I stand before you today as somebody who just, I love life. I love my family. Like I said, I posted today 10 things that mean so much more to me than anything else in my life. I mean, my love of my family, my love of my wife, my love of my children, my love of my dogs. I love my dogs. My dogs woke me up this morning, Wookie and Harley Quinn, just kissing me and loving me and showing me affection. And there's nothing like that unconditional love. And I love nerd stuff, man. And I love being in that environment. And so so that's who I am. And I just want to thank all of you guys out there who backed that up today, and you encouraged me, and I'm very, very grateful and thankful to all of you. So thanks. We all get in these funks sometimes where it's like we're trying to figure out, you know, what's going on, what we're doing, and you know, what our motivation is and everything. And you guys just reminded me today of why I do this. And so I want to thank you all for your kind words today. That being said, I want to thank all of our patrons. Thank you guys for all that you do, for supporting this channel. We definitely appreciate you. And of course, everyone who gives super chats at any time during the week when we do our live show. Also, thank you to all of our members. The members are awesome. The members are fantastic. You guys are great. You're all a part of this. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. And speaking of you guys, we do have a new giveaway. I'm going to try. I need to check my schedule and make sure that I can do this. But Saturday, I'm going to try to have a members and a patron stream. All right. So be looking for information on that. I'll announce that if we are. But hey, look what I got here. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is this week's giveaway. So anybody who's a member, anybody who's a patron, anybody who gives a super chat during the week, you are eligible for this triple feature Blu-ray. Oh, yes, I know. Wait, you're asking yourself, wait a second. I thought he was a Snyder fan. Brian, I see you back there, man. Like, you must be shaking your head right now, Brian, just wondering, like, what the heck is Enosh doing? Like literally, what in the world? He's got Christopher Reeve up there. He's talking about Superman Returns. Yeah, heck yeah, I am, because I love this stuff. And so this is Superman the movie, Superman 2, yes, the Richard Donner cut, and Superman Returns, all three in a set together. And somebody's going to walk away with that next week. Why not you? Like I said, there's the rules, and that's all there is to it. So I'm going to go ahead and bring our friends in, and we're going to say hi to people in the chat. I do want to stress that I am committed to reading your super chats as they come in. So as soon as I take a look there at the comment section, we will get that going and read any of those. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Brian, Master of None. What's up, Brian?
Not much. I feel a year older today. I celebrated by taking a nap. It was tremendous.
You know whose birthday is today as well?
Is it also H. Bart's birthday?
No, it's not H. Bart's birthday. H. Bart's birthday was on Saturday. By the way, folks, right now, if you're a patron or a member, you have access to almost an hour-long video that we shot Saturday. We drove, for those of you who know H. Bart's is in the chat tonight. And H. Bart's invited us to his 21st birthday party. So Tiffany and I went. We drove an hour and a half to his birthday, enjoyed some awesome food. I mean, awesome food. And I mean, we had brisket. We had,
Wow.
they had the
Nice.
sausage. Man, they had this kielbasa, dude. It was like spicy kielbasa, like it had jalapenos in it. It was so good. They had this like chicken
You're making me
taco stuff. They had Mexican rice. They had oh my gosh, what else did they have? They just had like all this good food, and it was so good. And we had a great day talking about nerd stuff, talking about Marvel, talking about DC. He showed us his DVD, like his Blu-ray collection, all that stuff, and showed up. He was wearing a Poindexter Lounge shirt.
Nice.
Can't beat that. And guess what? Suck it, Jarbo. I took him some Arby's, and we documented the whole thing. So there you go. So you can check that out right now on. There's links to it if you're a patron, or also there's a members only video here on YouTube. Also, before we get going, I do want to welcome in Metaverse. What's going on, Metaverse?
Hello. How's everyone doing tonight?
Good, man.
Doing
Just
well,
chilling.
man. We're here. We're chilling. We're having some fun. Maxing all cool, relaxing.
I feel that after this week, I think we could use some chilling and positive vibes.
Well, a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood, but
right.
You know what? I kind of kept my cool, and then I just came back and dropped facts on people, and now I'm back.
Well, sometimes
you didn't have to go to Bel Air either.
Yeah, you got to move in with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air,
You know what? I might just do that. What's up, Caleb, in the chat? How was my day? My day was interesting. But I had fun, and that's what's important. What's up, Anthony Beltray in the house? Says, what's up? I like the Batgirl cast. She looks great, but the movie is in a separate universe. Yeah, we'll talk about some of that. Anchorman says, I am the great cornholio. I need TP from my bunghole. Don't we all? Don't we all? I mean, really, when it comes right down to it. What's up, Rhea? Rhea, you are always welcome. And you are in our group, so you are always welcome. You don't need a special invitation, Rhea. You are always welcome to join us at any time. What's up, Ryan? Good to see you, sir. What's up, O? Always good to see you. Yes. What's up, Todd? Good to see you. You know what? There's not more of them, Todd. You know what? Here's the thing, man. I want to make this very, very clear. This fandom, the Snyderverse fandom, is the greatest fandom I think I've been a part of ever. I mean, Star Wars fans, they all yell and scream at each other. Star Trek fan. Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Oh, I thought you said I was muted.
I was saying Star Wars fans are opinionated.
They're very, very opinionated. Nothing wrong with that. But Star Trek fans, Brian, I think you can speak for all Star Trek fans.
I mean, it's very similar, and there are
very, very similar.
I'm not going to lie to say that I haven't seen flashes of it as of late. And I've warned against it since the movie came out. I mean, you all know how I feel about it, and I've made myself perfectly clear here. So I mean, yeah. So at the end of the day,
that's the thing is there are, man. But here's the thing: there are toxic people, and I hate that word because that word's been so overused now that it's like it's just cliche now, and people's like, oh, you said toxic. They're toxic. You know what? Let's just put it out there. There are people who can't get over themselves. There are people who feel that they are entitled. There are people who will not listen to you when you stare them directly in the eye and tell them the truth because somebody that they like told them something different, and that person apparently holds more weight to them, and so they'll listen to a lie instead of listen to the truth. We are part of a fandom that some people, there's not more of them. They're just the same people. They've been there all along. It's just that they have chosen their times. I want to say wisely, but I don't even know if it's that wise because I just don't really think that they're that smart, to be honest with you. And the thing is that there are people who say that they're fans of Zack Snyder, yet they don't even listen to Zack Snyder when he says something. There are people who say that they're fighting for Ray Fisher, yet they don't listen to Ray Fisher when Ray Fisher actually says something. They don't listen to his best friend, Wayne T. Carr. They will literally turn their backs and attack somebody like Ray Porter, who's one of the nicest individuals on the freaking planet. Okay? You know what that tells me? The problem is not those people. The problem is those people who think they know better than everybody else because they want to be the smart ones in the room. Unfortunately for them, when they do that, they make themselves look very very ignorant.
The problem is when you're not the smart person in the room, the next best thing is the angriest person in the room, and that's kind of the direction it's starting to take. And it's like, okay, just pump the brakes, stop.
Yes, sir. I almost said so happy birthday to H Barts on Saturday. It was H Barts. Brian's birthday today. What's
Hey,
up, Brian?
happy birthday, Brian.
Happy birthday. But
Thank
you know why I was a little late was because you know who else's birthday it was today? Cylon Scotty.
Bro, how it is written in the stars. How does that work out? We have the same birthday, brother. Oh my god, dude.
I'm telling you, man, I was
Cylon. Oh my goodness.
So Tiffany and
Happy birthday, man.
Yes, Tiffany and I, we just we got off a call with Cylon Scotty and Sophie, and so I don't know if they're watching right now because I haven't got that far down in the chat. I don't know if they've said hi or whatever, but if they are here, happy birthday again, Cylon. You guys head over to the Discord. If you're on the Discord and say happy birthday to well, first of all to Brian, but then also Cylon Scotty, because these are two important people.
So doing that like right
in our community. These are two very, very important people in our community that we love very much, and we love all of you. And that's the third one right there with H Barts. So you know, sometimes I don't know why that just came up. It's probably because I switched. I switched. You got and of course now I got to get to the thing, right? Because it's like way up at the list. And if you're not used to StreamYard has these things called brands, where like that's where you load all your stuff, and well, you can only load so many things in each brand. So I have to switch between them to get to the different things I want to get to. And apparently this was up from the last stream I did in that brand. But you know what? It's all right. It's okay. It's all good. But yeah, you know what?
I love those.
We love you guys. Brian, thank you, man, for being Brian, master of none. You know what? You're a master of my heart. You're a master, I know, of everybody's hearts here, and we're grateful for you, bro.
I just wanted to spend this one with some friends. Like it's been a while, and I'm so happy that I can actually just be here tonight with everyone.
Absolutely. What's up, Dark Star? Good to see you. Kinky Sphincters in the house tonight. DC Talk with Extended says, let's go. Yes, we are on our way. H Barts, look at there with a $2 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. Says, hey, Enosh, love the party video thumbnail. Yes, I will show you all. Let me show you all the thumbnail. Because if you want to see what H Barts looks like, you got to watch the video.
Face reveal.
I'm just saying, he's in the video. He talks and everything, but you're never going to know that by the thumbnail.
Yes.
That's awesome.
That's so awesome.
To preserve his anonymity.
Right? Exactly. So there you go.
Kermit the Frog here.
Exactly. Kermit's a big Poindexter Lounge fan, as you can tell. He's got the shirt. He's a member of the channel.
That's awesome.
Heck yeah. What's up, Adam? Good to see you. These tunes are good. I'm glad you like the tunes that I started putting up there. You do suck. What's good? What's up, Gillis? Good to see you. Says I want some emoji cred here. I get none of that by being a Patreon supporter. I need to switch. You know what? I wish that there was a way that I could do that.
Right?
Actually.
Like just gotta port you over.
Yeah.
Here's some bennies over here too.
You know what? I wish that there was a way to do that. Actually, you know what I could? Well, no, because you can't put you can't just put pictures in the chat. I know, man. But we love you, Gillis. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. But there's all kinds of different levels over there at the members too. So do what you gotta do. Let's see who else is in here real quick. Cherie is in here. Good to see you, Cherie. Ryan is in here. What's good? Good to see you. Keely Chow is in here. Good to see you. Ryan Hartwell, one of my faves, says I just got back from a preview screening of Dune. It was only the first 10 minutes of the movie plus extra features. I brought home a poster, so it was worth it. That's cool, man. I know a lot of people are looking forward to Dune. What's up, Katsuka? Good to see you. Andy R in the house. Andrew Casali is here. I love all these faces. TW McKay. Good to see you, sir. And Paul Smith. Oh man, I'll tell you what, you guys don't know. I see your faces in here, and I see your avatars, and I see your names and stuff, and it makes me happy. It makes me happy. Oh man, it skipped. I hope I didn't miss I don't think I missed anything else, did I?
No.
Okay. What's up, Integrity 101? I didn't miss any. I hope I didn't miss any super chats. It passed.
No, I'm monitoring. I didn't see any other super chats.
Cool. What's up, Jesse Allen? Good to see you, Jesse. I'm gonna get through this quickly.
Since we're talking about the chat, I was joking at first with Cherie about staying up late for all the stories to come, but she says sleep is for the weak and that she's ready. Cherie, if you do not neglect sleep. Brian just said he took a nap. Naps are wonderful.
Well, yeah, that, and I can't be on very late tonight because I do need to get my.
We're gonna hit it.
Morning.
We're gonna hit it hard here in just a second. We're gonna hit it hard here. What's up? What's up, Damon? Good to see you here, sir. What's up, Job? Good to see you.
Job, yeah.
Let's see. There's a couple more here. I'm trying to be careful that the whole thing doesn't skip. What's up, Marcus? Enosh, there is backlash of Batgirl casting. Well, we'll talk about that.
There's always backlash.
Yeah, there's always backlash. Always backlash. Always backlash. What's up, Bradley?
Somebody's gonna be pissed off. That's the whole point.
Sure, no.
Nobody's ever happy, man. Nobody's ever happy. People are ready. People are already ready and ready to fire away on He-Man this week. Masters of the Universe. Oh my gosh, man!
After that legit poster came out, get out of here.
Grace Randolph came out today, and she's like, "Oh well, I don't know. There's going to be some people who are going to think Kevin Smith is a liar, and because he didn't tell the truth about this and that." And it's like, you know what? Whatever. What's up? What's up, Zeno? Good to see you, Zeno. Yeah, I know people are just always ready to be angry about something, but you know what? It's all right. What's up, JP Frazier? Says, love your show. Working on some graphic design deadlines all night. Greetings from Ontario. That giveaway is awesome. You're awesome, JP. Thank you so much. I hope that you get some good work done tonight, and we love the fact that you are here. What's up, Tim? Our good buddy Tim. There's Tim. Yes, heck yeah. And what's up, Mark? Mark Shorthouse. Good to see you, Mark.
Thank you.
And I think, yeah, everybody's saying hi. What's up to Scotty? Good to see that. And what's up, Danielle? Happy birthday, H. Bart, Cylon, and Brian. Happy birthday, H. Barts. It really is one eternity later. It really is. What's up, Amparo? Good to see you. Says happy birthday. Everybody's saying happy birthday to everybody. I like that because you know what, that's what the lounge is, guys. It's just a place where all of us friends get together and we all just celebrate everybody, and we're grateful to everybody who is part of the lounge. All right, so don't want to forget Venomous Prime. What's up, Venomous Prime? Good to see you here tonight. Welcome. All right, guys, and Mary Wilcox. We can never forget Mary Wilcox.
Mary,
we love some Mary Wilcox. So we gotta have some Mary Wilcox in there. So all right. So that being said, we got stuff to talk about tonight. Yes, He-Man cartoon 2021, awesome. I hope so. Look, you know what? We're not gonna know until we watch it, and I'm not gonna say a word about it until I've watched it.
And even then, I'm gonna try to point out the good things as opposed to finding all the things that I don't like about it.
I mean, unless it's an absolute train wreck,
and I doubt that. I mean,
so do I.
I have faith in Kevin Smith to present something that is nostalgia heavy, because that's what he's good at. Like,
I don't put it past the idea that it's going to be a story that's going to involve Tila. I wouldn't put it past that it's like one of those things where like they have to find the swords, or like, you know, He-Man is off somewhere or whatever, and they got to save him or something. Like, you know, I mean,
she is a character.
It's called a story. It's called a story. Like it would just be boring if you just went straight in and it's like He-Man's just He-Man and beats up everybody every week.
See, I have something to say on that one. It's like, so if they presented us with a character that like clearly earned everything that she, you know, had, you know, gotten along the way and all that kind of stuff, so would they still complain?
Oh yes.
Would they still find a reason to complain if this character was built up exactly to the specs that they demand out of a female character?
Yes, Brian.
Which is far more grueling than anything they place on a male character, by the way.
Oh heck yeah! Because a male character just has to show up.
Well, of course. I mean, that's man's world. Come on now.
You know what's funny is I don't have it up yet, but you know because I've got the I got this one.
There's nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
I got the part where he's just like saying his own songs. He's just like, it's man's world. Papa got a brand new bag. I feel good. And a little drunk, apparently he was that day. What's up, the Dork Knight? Good to see us. Says, I can't wait to see Masters of the Universe. I'm sure it's going to be good. I'm going to enjoy it on a totally different level. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you know what? But Joe says, but yeah, but then it should be called the Tila Show. It's a bait and switch. No, it's Masters of the Universe. Notice it's not called He-Man.
It's not called He-Man.
It's Masters of the show was used to be called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. It's called Masters of the Universe. It's got a storyline that involves everybody. And I mean, it doesn't have to be called the Tila Show. You know, I don't think anyways.
No, and honestly, like I said, I don't care. Like I'm at the point now where it's like, just tell me a damn story. You know what I mean? Let the cards fall where they may.
Did that She-Ra show ever end on Netflix, or is it still going? The reason I asked is that if this does really good, I wouldn't mind Kevin doing a She-Ra show of his own.
You update, yeah. I don't know. I tried watching the She-Ra show, and that was like one of those things that I didn't get into. Yeah. You know, like I tried. We even have a teaser. We even have a teaser trailer reaction here on the channel that we all did and everything. That, you know, like it looked like it was going to be pretty good, and then it just, you know, again, I shared with you guys not too long ago that like I'm just not a big anime guy.
Well, right? Yeah, that's kind of how I am. It's hard for me to get into certain animation. Like I have a hard time.
Yeah, I think it was just like I don't think that. Did it look anime? Because it doesn't look anime to me. It looks like just like
no, it's just like certain kinds of animation, like with like Star Wars for example, Resistance. I just could not get into the show because of the animation style. Like it was just if they'd have did that in CG, just like everything else, I think it would have been just fine. Like
I thought that wasn't CG.
No, it wasn't. It was kind of like a weird
mixture.
Like, oh no, it was. It was. They do CG, but it was mostly like hand drawn type stuff. So it was a little bit different, and the story was nice because it like kind of bridged the gap in between the two movies.
Well, see, here's an interesting comment right here by Joe. It says, honestly, if it's like He-Man lost the sword, Tila is more capable of retrieving it. You know, people forget Tila is captain of the guard.
Yeah, she's a badass.
She is. I mean, like people forget that. Like I don't know if it's just because we were all little boys growing up, and we were all just like, oh well, I don't know if I want the Tila action figure. You know, like
No. There were some boys growing up that was that they had a crush on her. That happens with kids, man. You know that there's some people out there.
Dude, yeah, what was in the movie, like the live action movie? What was her name? I don't quite remember her name, but man, yeah, I had a crush on her big time.
Check it out, right there, baby.
Yeah, Cherie said the She-Ra wasn't anime because
come on,
technically anime can only be done in Japan, which is why like certain.
Oh, okay. I'm just telling you, boys had this figure. She was captain of the freaking guard, and she was thick before thick was a thing. I mean, she. If anybody was equipped to have He-Man's kids,
God,
this movie right here. This movie right here. But you know, hey, look. The thing is, is if it turns out that's what it is, like you know, then let's just watch it.
Yeah, dude, Tila in the movie
you could also
was amazing. Come on.
You could also say that Tila inspired a generation of women to become like her because, like, that's like going to the gym, like having a healthy lifestyle. You know, like
I remember when she would bust ass in that movie, she'd be like, "Boom, boom, 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 woman at arms." It's like, yeah, get some, dude. Like representation in the '80s, no less, by a Canon film. It's like that one.
All right, so we're gonna jump right in. I know. We could talk He-Man all night. Like, look, and I get it. Everybody's gonna have a different opinion. Listen, and I know you all have been told one thing by one side that it's gonna be woke. It's all gonna be about women. But can I just point out, and then we'll move on. Even if it has a storyline about women, it doesn't mean that it's woke. There can be storylines about women, strong women. I don't care if they got that haircut. Look, the haircut looks a little, but what did she wear, man? Like her hair back then, even in the old show, was like all up. It was all tight. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
I liked it in the movie.
That
it was
case,
all down.
like to these people, everything is woke. So like, you know, the actual, not like the Disney film, not the Disney films, but the actual story of Mulan, that's woke because it's about a woman going to war. Joan of Arc, history is woke because it's a woman disguising herself as a man and going to war. Like,
you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. And I just don't know. I think they've all been sitting on Matt Jarbo's computer chair for too long. Here's Todd Fair, and I somehow, Todd, I just knew that you were going to pop in here tonight with a question like this. As we go to our first story tonight, of course, we're leading off with Zack Snyder signing a deal with Netflix. Not really a big surprise in any way. So with $10 super chat, thank you, Todd. I appreciate you, man. Says, Enosh, now that Zack has signed with Netflix, do you now think the Snyderverse is over? No. Something you need to realize about this deal, and we're going to get into this. This is a first look deal. What does that mean? That means that if he has story ideas, Netflix gets the first look at it, right? So they get as for new properties. Yeah, for new properties, it's basically they call dibs. So they sign a deal with him, and for 2 years, I believe it's 2 years. We'll get into the article here in just a second, but for I believe it's 2 years, he signed a first look deal where basically as he comes up with ideas, he goes to Netflix first. Here's the thing about that though, guys. Netflix doesn't have to produce them. And if they turn them down, you know what that means? He can go somewhere else with them. Do you see, you got to realize like he had a deal with Warner Brothers, right? Army of the Dead was turned down by Warner Brothers. And where did he go? Netflix.
Right over to Netflix.
A first look deal is different than an exclusive deal. The man can still work with any studio he wants to. He is not bound to a studio. He has a first look deal. So that means that he's absolutely comfortable working over at Netflix. He feels absolutely respected, all those things. But here's the thing. Also, I've already said, did you notice it's a 2-year deal? I've already told you, if you're sitting around thinking that they're going to announce the Snyderverse next week, or even at Fandom this year, it's not going to happen, folks. That's not where we're at in this process. It's going to be a while before we see any movement, if we see movement. So the thing is that Zack is continuing on. He's doing what he has to do. He's not slowing down, because why would you sit around and wait for somebody else to do their thing when you got stuff to do? And so he's doing it. So I'll just answer your question very simply, because I needed to preface all that so that you understand the perimeters of that deal. And then we're going to read about the deal and we can go into it a little bit further. But if you're asking me that just because he signed with Netflix, do I think that the Snyderverse is over? No, because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even think that when it's all said and done that Zack might even be the one to direct it. Okay. I believe that what you might end up seeing is Zack actually pass the directing duties. If Discovery comes in and they're like, hey, you know what? We got this multiverse thing going. We'd like to give you some carte blanche, maybe do a couple of projects or whatever. Zack ain't going to direct everything. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing, is like Zack is not going to direct. He's not going to write, direct, star.
And that's kind of
project.
I can see the Snyderverse continuing without Snyder. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he can still be brought in as a producerial thing, story, concept, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, he'll be hands off with it. You know what I mean?
Here's a guy. Yeah, here's a guy who's got some. Where'd he go? Is he there? I don't see.
I got like about 20 seconds, but I just wanted to. If I read this right, first look deal, correct?
Yes.
It's a first look deal. Okay, first, you know what first look deal means, right? I don't know if anybody knows that terminology.
I just explained it.
He was just explaining it on there.
Okay, cool. Because like I said, not saying like, let's say we're going to wake up tomorrow morning and be, there's a Snyder announcement or anything like that. But this deal in no way, shape, or form excludes anything from going forward. It may be a couple of years. I like I was saying before, it was always going to be a 2-year situation, simply because of what his slate is right now. But here's another possibility, and I think I put this in a chat somewhere, is the fact that it just, Netflix might just, with new management, Netflix might just say, hey, Zaslav, here's a suitcase full of money. We're going to buy this license from you for this limited parameters, and we're going to do something with it, like they did with Sandman. So, I mean, not saying that's imminent or nothing like that, but when I it's over. I keep hearing it's over from people who don't even know how to spell over. So, like I said, there's new management might be like, you know what? We'd rather be the distributors, which Warner Discovery, which would be the distributors, and Netflix would fit the bill, and it would be still a Warner project, but it would be on Netflix, like Sandman is. Sandman is a wholly owned DC product that is completely owned by Warner Brothers. Yet I believe that's going to be on a Netflix streaming service, correct? So business is strange, but like I said, congratulations to him, though. I mean, like I said, first looks deals are still good. I mean,
absolutely.
That means somebody likes you well enough to say we want first crack at what you have. So that's a good deal for him. But as far as anything else goes, I say people need to just step back from the whole wait, breaking news type of thing and wait for a while. It's going to be for a while, and let Zack Snyder build up his stock to the point where Netflix will be like, you know what? Let me pick up the phone to Warner and say, hey, we want to do this. And your risk on this is zero because we're going to produce it, we're going to fund it, we're going to use our $40 billion or whatever the hell it is that they're. We're going to take it. All you need to do is sign this paper here, and we'll take it from here. This current management doesn't seem to believe that if there's one version of some character here that there can't be another one, even though they sat up there and said multiverse. But I don't see the incoming management being that silly. Especially if somebody offers them money and takes the risk off of it, and they can still put their WB on it. So who knows? But yeah, let me pop back in later on. I just wanted to make sure that first look deal doesn't mean like, oh my God, he signed an exclusive deal. Now that's different. That means
exactly. That's exactly what I said. Yep, it's exactly what I said. You're absolutely.
I'll jump on later on. Hopefully, we can have a nice, happy stream and have fun again. But hasn't been as fun lately as it's usually been. But
hey, you know what? There's been stuff going on. People are all out of sorts. But you know what? Poindexter Lounge is a place for happy nerds, and that's what we're gonna do, man. We're gonna have some fun. So
just don't bring RJ on. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, man. I'll see you guys.
All right, man. We'll see you soon. All right, so this is what we're talking about here. The Hollywood Reporter says Zack Snyder's Stone Quarry Productions signs first look deal, film deal with Netflix exclusive. And that doesn't mean exclusive for them. It means it's an exclusive story to the Hollywood Reporter. The banner, which Snyder runs with partner and wife Deborah and executive Wesley Collar, wants to make big projects and big movies. The Stone Quarry Productions, a banner run by filmmaker Zack Snyder, producing partner Deborah Snyder, and executive Wesley Collar, has signed a first look film deal with Netflix. The 2-year deal anchors the filmmaking team to the streamer, for which it made Army of the Dead, a zombie heist movie that is among the most watched movies released by the digital company. That was released this week. I love that, man. I love what Netflix is doing with Zack, right? And this is what I said earlier this week on Jarbo's stream. Zack Snyder's fans are following him. Okay, it's not just Zack Snyder's fans, pressuring him to do, the Snyderverse. Look, like I said, there's a section of the fandom that's all they want.
It's Snyder or nothing.
Snyder or nothing. That's all they care about. Look, I love Zack Snyder. I love his work. I support him fully, but I support Zack Snyder. Okay? And look, if Zack came out tomorrow and said, look, guys, you know what? This is too much. Even if Discovery comes back and wants to do this thing, I just don't want to do it. My heart's not in it. You know what? I would not fault him. And I know that most of the Snyder fans would be absolutely accepting of that. And we would follow Zack on to his next project. We would write it off as a huge loss, and it'd be WB's loss for sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
At the end of the day, you could take your ball and go home.
Yep. And you know what? I'll say this. Would we be disappointed? Absolutely. Absolutely we'd be disappointed because we love what Zack does. But that being said, the majority of fans would be accepting of it, and we would understand. Sure, there's going to be this small little group who would literally be mad at Zack, and shame on them.
Well, and they would go full Doomcock, and you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Which, and if they get called that, I'm sorry, but you earned it. So it's just Just saying, but like, no. At the end of the day, like, I'm sorry, man. I've started to hear some of it, so I'm just like, no, dude, y'all need to chill with that. Like when you end up on an episode of 2 Cents on Nonsense and you're talking about Snyder fans, then yeah, I think it's gone too far. But
oh my goodness, man, I got something really interesting. I'll give you a little preview of little something we're going to talk about at 2 Cents on Nonsense this week. Did you see the article that came out that like WB people are talking about how these YouTubers who are talking about all this stuff regarding the Batman and like all this tension between Reeve and Pattinson, that it's absolutely fabricated and it's just a bunch of stuff on Reddit and 4chan and that you shouldn't believe it. Who's been saying that for the last year? I don't know. Just saying. All right. So could be. It says the 2-year deal anchors them, the stuff, and it says comes just weeks after Snyder set up his next movie, sci-fi adventure tale, Rebel Moon, which I'm looking forward to. And look, you know, all those people who are like, Ray Fisher will never work again. I'm going to tell you something, man. I don't know which movie. I'd love to see it in Rebel Moon.
Yeah, I was going to say, can he please be cast in any of these movies, please?
Oh, I'm sure he will be. For sure.
And can we get Wayne T. Carr in these movies too? Like,
oh yeah. Oh, we're gonna
please make it happen. Like, yeah, I want to see Ray Porter. I want to see everybody in a movie, but it'd be like, oh, this is the Justice League, but it's totally different.
Oh, we're totally gonna see that, folks. Totally gonna see it. I guarantee it. Says the latter falls under the New Deal. So Rebel Moon falls under this deal. Says my goal and hope are to bring as much quality content as I can and do it on a giant scale, Zack Snyder tells the Hollywood Reporter, brimming with energy, big projects and big movies
and big energy.
I wonder what kind of big energy that would be.
Well, usually when you break up with somebody that you've had an acrimonious relationship with, the road ahead is really smooth.
Would there be a certain kind of big energy though?
Yeah.
Just saying, probably.
A lot of women find themselves, you know.
Hey, I want to tell you, probably not tonight, but you know what?
Yeah, one of these
I guarantee you, we're gonna get back to that stuff. We're gonna get back to having some fun, doing some. We play Jeopardy on here, man. You haven't been here on a Jeopardy night, have you?
I have not. What is this?
Oh, Jeopardy! Well, it's just that.
It is what it sounds. Yeah,
it's what it sounds like. I'm your host. And we play Jeopardy. We have everybody play, and we just play through a round, and it can be about many different topics. I'm even going to put together my own board of topics, and one day, and
have like we talk about Lounge Jeopardy, but actually have it based on the lounge.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Heck yeah. And so Cinephile here says we all want to see Zach's big energy.
Big energy thing.
Do you want to see it?
That.
Hey,
I want to see his thing.
You want to see
like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
Heck yeah, I want to see it too. Man. I'm all there for it. I am all there for it.
I can see Ray Fisher being to Zack Snyder how Dave Bautista is to James Gunn, like how loyal he is to him.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. I can see that being a thing.
Oh heck yeah, big drill energy.
Yeah. A lot of construction going on.
Nice. Yeah, this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be awesome for sure. Okay, so it says for us, it was so important to find a partnership that was based on mutual respect. Deborah Snyder said, "The creative process works best when everybody trusts each other, and you can take chances and be creative. For us, we don't usually play it safe. The content we make is a little bit edgier, and I think it's important to have a good partnership and hear each other." She adds, and Netflix has given us a lot of freedom, but they've also embraced the idea of trying new things and not necessarily waiting for a success before moving ahead. Do you hear what the woman's saying here?
They're basically, you know, I don't want to sound Matt Jarbo, but that is shade.
I was about to say, like, the amount of shade Deborah's throwing, it's been so hot out. I could just hide underneath the shade and cool down for a couple of days.
Oh my gosh!
They ain't coming home. They're not going back to Warner Brothers, dude. They're done. They're like,
that's the type of crap you do. Like,
that's the most professional middle finger I've ever seen.
Well, that's it. They're not going back to this current regime. They're not going to Warner Brothers as we know it, right?
True.
And the thing is, with Discovery coming in, that's all out the door, right? And look, Zaslav has said that their number one priority is to what?
Repair relationships with
relationships with the talent, with the directors, with the people that they've done wrong. Because I think that these people who are coming in, they recognize it, they see it. Anybody from the outside can look in and see it.
Oh yeah,
man,
there's a reason.
I did a whole rant a while back about WB and how like it's because I do want certain movements online to work, you know, like in the gaming atmosphere right now, there's still a lot of people like me who are like tweeting out, you know, the hold Ubisoft accountable because of the crap that came out about them. Some crap just came out about Activision. Like we need to start I feel like, you know, if you're not going to protest with your wallet, as it were, like we got to at least hold these people accountable for this type of crap. And
yeah. Well, it's kind of murky waters, unfortunately, because I feel like a lot of people are tied by what they love and who's in control of what they love. So it's like, you know, there's a lot of people who, you know, if they were really into the accountability over entertainment thing, they wouldn't even be in the chat right now. They'd be done talking about it. It'd be over.
Yeah.
You know, pack your ball. Go home. Don't even discuss Warner Brothers anymore because they don't get your money. They don't get your time of day. And you know, that's if you want to be hardcore about it, that's definitely
like
the way to do it.
I really want to hold them to their feet to the fire because, like, you know, I am excited for certain, like, you know, shows coming to HBO Max and movies and games.
That's the thing. It's like, well, can you say that, but then be like, well, I'm gonna go watch the Suicide Squad. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. Like, to be fair, I'm not even that interested in it, so I can skip.
I could probably say it for the Suicide Squad and stuff like that, but other Warner DC products coming out that, you know, that people are interested in. So I mean, I don't see it. It's very difficult for people to take a straight line on that. That's why I say it's like a murky swamp. So it's like you can't sit there and be like on one hand say, well, you know, I'm not giving Warner Brothers a dime, blah 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 blah. But on the same hand, go watch Warner Brothers movies. It's like, no, it makes no damn sense, dude.
Well, I mean, I am like committed to the Ubisoft one because I personally just think they haven't made a good game in decades.
Yeah, no, I don't buy new games anyway. So and I agree.
Well, there's going to be people though, like who are like they'll take a hard stance on like the DC stuff, right? But like, if let another movie come out that just happens to fall under, you know, Warner Brothers, you know, but like they'll be like, oh well, yeah, but I want to see that movie. That's not a DC movie, so you know what I mean. So
yeah, no, it's really
hard.
It's murky waters. It's the same thing with DC. It's like the Flash movie. It's like how torn is everybody about the Flash movie, and we talk about it every time we talk about the Flash. It's like I really want to see it, but I hate the fact that Ray Fisher's not going to be in it. So it's like
it's not my fault, guys. It's not my fault. I'll go back in time and try to fix it.
Yeah, right.
At some point, you got to ask, what does Barry love screwing more, Iris or the timeline? It's like,
or both at the same time. 3-way with time.
Oh God! After you know, I'm not gonna do that anyway. But yeah, like it is murky water, Brian. I want WB to do better. Like I want them to do better because it's a company that I actually want to, you know, spend my money on. But it's so hard to be like, because the whole Ray Fisher like investigation kind of just like went mum. Like they didn't like even. Like I read that they just dismissed it after a certain point. Like, oh yeah, we may have found something, but we don't know. And it's just like, what do you mean you don't know? That's what an investigation's supposed to find.
No, it's probably they did find something. It would make high ups look really, really bad, and they probably just decided to sweep it under the rug.
And that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. I can't support that.
No, you know, Mary, I totally get it.
But then again, that's Hollywood, though. So it's like,
If certain cans were open.
People are torn about the Flash movie, and I get it. And obviously, there's lots and lots of reasons why. But you know what? I think you take a page right out of here, out of T.W. McKay. This is what I've said, and you know what? I got this. Yes, same place T.W. McKay got his, from Wayne T. Carr, from Ray Porter, and Ray Fisher himself, that said, "Look, see it on a cheap Tuesday. Go to an early matinee. They're not going to get all my money. I'm not going to go to the best state of the art theater where they're going to get the most cash out of me to go see that prime time, thing where they're going to get the most money out of me. And don't give it to them opening weekend."
Yeah, I'll skip the 11 o'clock Thursday showing.
Like, for the most part, I'm fine waiting for movies to be like on the discount bin to pick them up then. Like,
by the way, can I point something out here? I just want to let everybody know, because you might all remember that when those Flash pictures came out a couple of weeks ago. Remember those Flash pictures?
And everybody's minds melted.
And remember all the channels that were getting hit with copyright strikes, right?
Yeah.
For just showing the pictures. For just showing the pictures.
Yeah.
And we got a copyright strike. Well, guess what? Wasn't Warner Brothers. That strike went away 2 days ago.
Who was it?
Somebody. No, I will just tell you this. If you're so butthurt over the freaking Flash movie, if you're so butthurt over the freaking Flash movie that you literally want to turn on channels who are simply just reporting the news of what's out there. And I'm sorry that we might have said, "Hey, this looks kind of cool. I'm looking forward to seeing Michael Keaton."
How dare we have a sentiment
Dude,
like that?
I
was so pissed. I was like, "Oh, get out of here."
I had somebody DM me and say, "Enosh, you have betrayed Ray Fisher." What?
Who's we? You speaking French? Like,
you have betrayed Ray Fisher.
Who?
Who? Listen here.
Aye.
Listen here. Me and Ray, we good. We good. I literally took my stance on this from Ray Fisher.
Yeah, he's the one that told us to watch the Flash movie. I was here. I was like, okay, well, yeah, no problem.
I feel like him and Ezra are like really good pals.
Until the man himself said, "You know what, guys? I want to see it too. Ezra's my friend. Ben's going to be in it. You know what? It sucks what happened
in the crew too. I'm sure that like he doesn't want them to be, he wants the best for them. So it's like it's really messed up that people are just, like I said, it's murky waters, but it's also, I think if you have the right boat, you can navigate these murky waters pretty well. And it's just the best thing to do, honestly, is to be positive for DC and remember what you got into this for in the first place. You didn't get into this for Snyder. You got into it for DC because you like Superman, you like Batman, you know what I mean? It just happened that he happened to direct an iteration of it and you liked it.
Absolutely.
So they're telling me I'm not supposed to be excited for my favorite live action Batman coming back. I'm like, no, I'm going to be happy.
No. You got to be angry
because
they want to turn this into Fandom Menace Part 2. Because did you notice who started sneaking into this fandom all of a sudden? When the Fandom Menace started falling apart, nobody wants to be called Fandom Menace anymore.
You had the meme and everything.
Oh, I know.
No, they leached onto this movement like a freaking man, like an octopus sucking on a face.
For sure. So you know what? Cinefinity and Beyond. I love this reference. Have you guys seen the show Haters Back Off? It's on Netflix.
No.
It's like 2 seasons. It's hilarious. It's about a girl. She wants to be popular. She wants to be famous. She's very self-centered, though. It's a crazy, crazy show. But yes, Haters Back Up. That's a great reference to Tiffany. I'm glad that Tiffany and I watched both seasons just like about a month ago. And great, funny show. I wish that it was continuing, but it didn't. But yeah, it's worth it. It's 2 seasons of just a really, really funny show. But anyways, okay, let's finish up this article. So I mean, yeah, Deborah is just throwing shade here left and right. She says, but they've also embraced the idea of trying new things and not necessarily waiting for a success before moving ahead. The making of Army of the Dead illustrated that sentiment. Even before the movie was released in May, Netflix and the Snyders were in production on a German-made prequel titled Army of Thieves and an anime spin-off. The prequel is on track for a fall release, while the anime is set to debut in spring of 2022. A consumer isn't going to be waiting 2 years for more, and that is exciting.
Oh my God. She just keeps going. Deborah, chill. Chill. Yo.
Can you also listen to what she just said there? Do you notice what she just said?
Waiting 2 years for more?
She just said a consumer isn't going to be waiting 2 years for more, and that is exciting. We're going to have to wait for the other stuff, but notes Deborah, she says, I give them a lot of credit for developing that partnership and trust. The deal keeps the Snyders working with Netflix film head Scott Stuber, who oversaw Snyder's debut feature Dawn of the Dead in his role at the time as vice chairman of Universal. He was also instrumental in bringing Army to the streamer. It says, I've known Zack and Deb for years and was fortunate to be a part of Dawn of the Dead, his first film. Added Stuber in a statement, I have since had the privilege of watching his career grow and see the evolving impact of his work, to see him return to his roots with Army of the Dead, which is now one of our most popular films, and build a world out of these characters with the upcoming Army of Thieves and anime series is amazing to see. We've only scratched the surface of what's still to come and create with Zack, Deb, Wes, and everyone at Stone Quarry. Yes, Snyder will be spending more time in the Armyverse. On the docket as a sequel. It's a sequel he is developing with the first movie's co-writer, Shay Hatton, something he would tackle after Rebel Moon. And Moon, which hopes to go into production in early 2022, is also envisioned as something that can launch sequels and series. Between those two original properties, Stone Quarry has plenty of material with which to work. Moon is being produced with Eric Newman's Grand Electric Company. But that's not all. That's not all, it says. Among the projects being developed is an action vehicle for Damon Caro, Snyder's second unit director and stunt coordinator on numerous of movies, who would make his feature helming debut. I love this. Zack is putting people who've worked with him to work, like getting them movies. It's not just about Zack directing all the films, right? So like Zack is putting things together that other people are going to direct. So while that company has not abandoned working with established intellectual property, especially in the comics field, from which Snyder has had some of his biggest successes, the duo are feeling regenerated by original ideas. Zack is really good at world building, says Deborah Snyder. We've done that with the comics for so long that to do something original is the ultimate challenge, and we're up for that. The deal with Netflix is another feature in the Snyder cap, another feather, in the Snyder cap for 2021. The year began with the March release of Zack Snyder's Justice League, the director's restored version of the much maligned 2017 Justice League movie that was an amalgam of his and Joss Whedon's work. The splashy opening generated plenty of buzz, while the recent international release on DVD and Blu-ray saw the movie fly to the top of the sales charts in several countries, France and Brazil among them. And Tuesday, when Netflix disclosed quarterly earnings, the company revealed that 75 million member accounts worldwide tuned in for Snyder's Army in its first 4 weeks of release. Netflix's viewing metric counts 2 minutes of viewing time or of a series or movie, long enough to show the choice was intentional, as the streamer puts it, as a view. That proved to be more than the streamer's initial projection of 72 million, so 3 million more. Guys, I see big things in store for Zack and Stone Quarry.
Absolutely.
In the immediate future, and then I think that just sets the tone for the fact that they got a future, man.
When we look back at Snyder as a director, this year is going to be a catalyst for like another like launching point for him. Because like people can like him or not, but this year, in my opinion, is the year of Snyder because of how well his Justice League did and Army of the Dead. Yeah. And he's on fire right now. He's one of the hottest directors in Hollywood, just in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm gonna say this, and then I gotta skedaddle because I gotta get up in the morning. But no, I think this is actually really good, and I'm looking forward to what Snyder has to offer as far as with more stuff. Like, I I'm not over the moon about Army of the Dead, but I really did like it. I'm just not a zombie person. Please don't get mad at me.
What?
But damn you! No, but I still think.
But that's why I like about it, Brian, is because I'm not a big zombie guy either.
And it kind of got me into it a little bit. Like,
but there's like a lot of different levels there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's
no,
what
it's
I
very
like
true, and it's one of those movies that you really have to think about and watch a few times, which is really good for him. So, but no, I like the fact that they're doing original content. Like, that's one thing that I think is a big problem with your studios nowadays, is because I think they're they're afraid of original content.
Yes, they are.
They're afraid to get behind anything original, and that's one thing that you can say about Netflix is they get behind original content like a lot. They seem to be the only ones that do, and I think that, like, I mean, if we never see another Snyder directed DC anything again, I mean, this is awesome. Like, hell yeah, man! Give us all the original stuff you could possibly give us, because I'm so tired of watching rehashed sequels and just stuff that should have died 7 movies ago. Fast and the Furious, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like,
it should have died sooner than that. We need like trilogy, just a trilogy.
Yeah, that's all we need. I'm just saying, like, keep things short, simple, and sweet. Like, there's that whole expression, kiss it. You know, keep it simple, stupid. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's what you want to do, because Kiss puts butts in the seats. You might not like their music. It might be repetitive. Shout It Out Loud is the most repetitive song in the history of rock and roll.
But
and
it's
I know that for a fact.
Shout it out loud.
It gets you hyped, though.
It does. But isn't it the most repetitive song in all of rock, though? Next to I Want to Rock and Roll All Night and Party Every Day.
I want to rock. I want to rock. So I hear you, man. I hear you, and there's a lot of that, and that's okay. So before you go, because I'd love to get your opinion real quick of this. So I think I told everybody on the Sunday podcast with Dawson. Everybody knows the Superman group that I'm in, right? Well, the Superman group that I'm in turned positive this week. There was a guy who literally came after me hard.
It's the end of the world.
This dude, I know. It's like, I'm sure like the end of the world's going to happen or something, because this dude came out swinging. Like, and the funny thing was, I was defending Tyler Hoechlin. This guy was going on about Tyler Hoechlin, that Christopher Reeve would have hated Tyler Hoechlin and hated every version of Superman since his, and that like he would roll over in his grave if he saw these people, these fake actors who were like, I mean, came hard after everybody. By the time it was done, all of the dude's posts got taken down. I have not seen another post from the guy in a week.
He got banned.
I don't know if he got banned. I don't know, but he
got banned.
Here's the thing. He did that one. And then like I started having a conversation with him. Well, then he came out and posted one that had a guy ripping open a shirt, but it said bullies. It was crossed out, and called me a bully. Right? Called me and several other people bullies, and said that it was sickening because we liked other versions other than Christopher Reeve. And it was like, I don't think you understand what a bully is, man.
This is the type of person that would like talk bad about, like, this is like the kid at school that would make fun of like your mom and like do all your mom jokes, and then you slap him across the face and he's like, "Why did you hit me?"
Yeah. I swear to God,
because you're a dick.
Right. And that's what just like people just kind of like got into that. You know, it was less like, dude, what is your deal? You know, like, why are you acting this way? And so then he actually made a third post, and this time it was a picture of Superman holding Homelander like by the collar like this, like down like this. And Homelander's face was pummeled and bruised and bleeding and stuff. And he's like begging Superman to stop. And Superman's just got this big grin on his face, which I thought was really ironic given the fact that he was like trying to be anti-bully. And he was trying to say that Christopher Reeve's Superman was like the real Superman because he wasn't dark and brooding and like evil. But yet he's got this picture of Superman having just literally beaten Homelander to within an inch of his life, and had the balls to put in his caption that he represented Superman and I represented Homelander. and what he wanted to do to me. The guy got taken down. The guy got taken.
I would have called his bluff,
dude. Oh, he was in Ireland. He was trying to tell me that I was a the guy was weird. Started saying stuff like I was deceived by Satan, like I had been overrun by Satan, and I didn't understand this stuff. And like this girl who was in the thing was like trying to tell him too. The funny thing is this girl is like an atheist, and she told the guy, she goes, "You're being the bully here." And he goes, "No, I am a Christian man." And she's like, "No, you're not." And then she used scripture on him, which was great. It was like the
irony.
The best
people think atheists don't know the scripture. Oh, they do.
Oh yeah, it was.
There's a reason why they became atheists.
Well, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was so awesome. And so like the entire, it was so great because people who had been, very supportive of Christopher Reeve this whole time, and I've shared with you guys that many times. These people all came in and were just like telling this guy, "No, you have gone too far." And it has mostly put an end to that until today. And this is why I want to share this, because I want to get your
temporary unity.
I want to get your thought on this before you leave.
Did you support Henry Cavill again?
Well, no, it goes with the story of what we're talking about today, right? So this was the thing right here. This was the first one, right? Because we're going to talk about Injustice animation movie that's coming.
I'm hyped.
Injustice, right? Well, this right here is what was somebody posted here and said, "Enough, evil Superman. Don't purchase Injustice, the DC animated movie, or buy evil Superman merchandise. No figures, toys, games, anything. That new Suicide Squad game with evil Superman, don't buy it. Superman and Lois Black Suit Superman collectibles, don't buy it. It's time we show Warners if they are going to use the Superman brand this way, we aren't interested. Sure, laugh, but when nearly every single darn Superman thing that's released has him being an a-hole, I think I'm allowed to complain." No, because everything isn't that way. It's part of his story. It's what's made him interesting over the last 25,
it's
30
a
years.
Wrinkle to the character that's added a whole new dimension to the character. Flipping Superman heel was one of the best things that DC did.
It's literally like, the irony of it is that like, yeah, like it's kind of like when Hogan went heel. It was insane. No one thought it would have, or like that's what I always attributed to when I look back now though, and I didn't like the entire arc, but when Cap said Hell Hydra, I'm like, this is like NWO Hogan, like heel turn right now. Like, yo,
yeah, man. But so there's that. So we are getting though this Injustice movie. I mean, like, what do you think, Brian? Are you stoked for this Injustice thing? I mean,
no. Well, yes, I am. I'm really looking forward to it, especially since the animated movies thus far have been like far and beyond the best part of DC.
Yeah.
Over the last few years. So I mean, like, yeah, I really enjoy it. If they continue with an actual like storyline and do another arc like they did before with the other Justice League movies, I would be really interested to see that. Like, I like that kind of stuff. I like a good long form story with, 5-10 movies or something like that. I mean, I think it really. We got used to it, I blame Game of Thrones. It's all their fault.
I gotta say too. I can't wait because Dan Jurgens. We had to postpone the interview that I'm doing with Dan Jurgens, but we got it rescheduled, so I'm pretty excited about that. But that being said, Dan, I love Dan because he wrote The Death of Superman. He came up with that, and Mary here just like points out, Justice killing him was the best thing DC ever did too. Superman was metaphorically dying in the 90s. He needed a death and resurrection. The Death of Superman worked and opened a lot of doors. Absolutely. Right. But so what I love too is a lot of you guys have heard me talk about over the last few years. I'm just really kind of tired of seeing people talk about Superman.
I was gonna leave on that headache.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
no, dude. Like I'm tired of it. Like that's why I stopped. I was like, it's just so much of you telling us about like those freaking idiots in the Superman chat. It's just like, oh my god, heaven forbid.
That's why I had to show you. That's why I literally had to show you, because this is literally what I'm looking at in this kind of thing. But and this guy is actually kind of like being nice about like this is kind of nice compared to like some of the other,
it's not like totally inflammatory.
Like I got like Ned Flanders vibes from that post.
Yeah, right.
Darkly, right?
What about the children?
Right, like you can't don't make him so mean, guys. I love him so much. But Dan Jurgens today weighed in on something, folks, that made my freaking day. They got this new Mafex Black Suit Superman. Speaking of Black Suit Superman, folks, and check this out. He's got the black suit. He's got the whole thing right here that looks like this. And Dan, who created this character, by the way, created Black Suit Superman. That guy's going to be here in the Poindexter Lounge, folks. That guy. This guy right here, Dan Jurgens, created Black Suit Superman. Can I say that one more time? My favorite guy, dude. My favorite comic book guy is going to be here. And I got this Black Suit Superman right here, guys. You notice something about him? He's got long hair, doesn't he? And you notice something about it? It's long all over.
It's not business up front, party in the back.
That ain't a mullet. I'm so sick of people calling it a mullet. I'm so done with that. And here, Dan Jurgens even proved even more why he's my hero. Because he literally came out and he said, they got the hair right too. Long, but not a mullet.
You know, the top of a mullet is different than what Superman has.
Yes.
When you look at the hairstyle. He just has really long hair. Again, that's one of my favorite suits of Superman, and it's just the simplicity of it. You would like the simplicity of that suit is just awesome.
Oh, I know. It looks great. It's timeless. And all these people who complain about Black Suit Superman, it looks freaking cool.
They're the same people that would never dare critique Black Suit Spider-Man. I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah. Look, you know what? You can always go. They're always going to go back to the red and the blue and the yellow, right? You're always going to go back to that because that's the standard. But there ain't nothing wrong with this. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. And so,
alternate suits are cool. Like, what is wrong with this?
Do something different every once in a while.
Yes. God.
I mean, what do you think, Brian? You're wearing our Poindexter Lounge NWO shirt right now, which I got to say it looks really good on you. You guys can find that in our Teespring.
That's a sweet shirt.
It is.
You could say it's too sweet.
Too sweet. Yep. You could say that. And if I had the drop like right up here right now that I had that I could like, oh, here it is.
Love it.
So the thing is that like you hit the nail on the head. Like how much we talked about it that Hulk Hogan, man, got like 20 more years on his whole career.
Yeah,
because of that right there.
Because of the NWO.
Those colors, man, black and white, man, black and white.
It's just I don't know anymore, man. It's like I thought about it a lot. It was like, somebody brought it up in a chat. It's like, does anybody remember just being a fan by yourself? and loving something and not having anybody else's opinion of that something affect your love of that something. I think you talk about that a lot when you close the shows out. Don't let anyone tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anyone else that their fandom doesn't matter.
Heck yeah.
Huh. It sounds like you got a lot of people in there telling people that their fandom doesn't matter. And it's really sad at the end of the day, because if you're a fan of Superman, you're a fan of Superman. All his faults.
Warts and all.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a fan of something, you're a fan of something good, bad, or indifferent. You know what I mean? You don't just like certain aspects of the character and then cast the rest of it aside. It's like, I only like Christian Bale Batman. No other Batmans, just Christian Bale.
Mm-hmm.
Your world gets very small because there's only 3 movies.
Right.
And also that I have to tell my friend this. I would have loved if, like, in The Dark Knight, Joker hears that voice and he just like, "You sound a little hoarse. Do you need a cough drop or a lozenge or something?" Like,
Right.
All right. Do you need a cough? I'll wait.
But did you guys see who all's going to be in this movie?
Oh, it's all-star.
It's first of all, they got Justin Hartley. They got Justin Hartley as Superman. So Green Arrow from Smallville,
Captain Pike
is playing Superman. Is Justin Hartley Captain Pike?
No, Anson Mount is though.
Oh,
I need to look up someone because oh god, I'm not a okay. Hold on.
So Anson Mount is Batman. Laura Bailey is Lois Lane, and Rama Kushna, Zack Callison as Damian and Jimmy Olsen, Brian T. Delaney as Green Lantern, Brandon Michael Hall as Cyborg, Edwin Hodge as Mr. Terrific and Killer Croc, Oliver Hudson as Plastic Man, Jillian Jacobs as Harley Quinn, Yuri Lowenthal as Mirror Master, Flash, and Shazam, Derek Phillips as Nightwing and Aquaman, Kevin Pollak as Joker and Jonathan Kent, Anika Noni Rose as Catwoman, Reed Scott as Green Arrow and Victor Zsasz, Farron Tahir as Ra's al Ghul, Fred Tatasciore as Captain Atom, Janet Varney as Wonder Woman, and Andrew Morgado as Mirror Master Soldier. Dude, the heroes and villains that are going to be in this film, and there's people complaining about it.
Okay, so I'm not really a purist. I just for the casting of Harley and Joker, can someone give me like some reference points of what else they've done if either of y'all know them? Because
Jillian Jacobs was in Community.
I thought it was Jillian Jillian Jacobs or Jillian Anderson? I thought it was Jillian Anderson.
No, it's Jillian Jacobs.
Oh, I put in the wrong name. No wonder.
That'll do it every time.
Jillian Anderson was in the X-Files.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
She was Scully.
Oh, yeah.
This was Scully? She was Scully?
Jillian Anderson, yes. Jillian Jacobs was on the show Community. She was the blonde chick. Kevin Pollak was he's been in a bunch of. He's always like a little side character type stuff. I liked him in the whole nine.
His
whole
eyes
9 yards.
Yeah, his eyes do that little like googly thing.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Well, I'll pull it up so you can see who it is here.
I'm I'm not against them playing the characters, but it's like with some of them they try to like mimic other people that have done the role. Like Tara Strong tried to mimic Arlene Sorkin as Harley, and it's just not good. It's just not a good mimic. You should that's why I love Kaylee Cuoco as Harley. It's her own version. It's her take on it.
There's Kevin Pollak right there.
Wait a minute. I feel like I've seen him in something, but I just don't remember what.
Dude's been in everything, man.
He's been in everything. He's like one of those. He's one of those like behind characters that
he's been in so many things. Like I'm having a hard time thinking about what he's been in. That's how many things he's been in here.
The whole 9 yards, man. He was the gangster, Yanni Gogolak.
Yeah, let's pull up his IMDb here. He's been in End of Days, Usual Suspects. Yeah, the whole 10 yards, whole 9 yards, A Few Good Men, Four Kings, Saddle Up, In My Life. He's going to be in Justice God Among Us, which is Jonathan Kent and Joker. Notorious Nick, Hypnotized, Four Kings, Mom, Alvin.
He was in West Wing.
If they're going to do these characters, like most people try to mimic Hamill with the Joker, and that's fine. If you can do it like Troy Baker, that's fine. But I'm interested to see how they do this, because the voice is what makes those two characters for me, and I'm interested to see. But also, Yuri as Mirror Master Flash, like he was such a good Spider-Man, and I can see him being the Flash. I think that's gonna be a fun role for Yuri.
Who else were we talking about that we're trying to figure out?
Oh, Jillian Jacobs.
Jillian Jacobs. So I'm not really sure who that is. So.
At first, I thought it was. I looked at Kevin Pollak. I was like, "Wait, isn't that?" And no, it's Mike Pollak. That's the voice of Eggman. I was like, "Oh my god!"
Jillian Jacobs. Okay, so this is Jillian Jacobs right here. Oh, what do I know her from? She's been in some stuff. So she's been in Community.
She's in Community. She was in the show Community.
Oh, I remember her now. Okay.
Yep. So she's in Walk of Shame. Yeah.
Hold on, Anthony.
Or no,
Anthony in the chat pointed out something. Who is voicing Batman again in this one?
Anson Mount.
Okay, Anthony. I love Kevin Conroy too, but the man is one of the most significant voice actors for Batman. But I don't hate the other ones. I'm willing to give this one a chance.
Oh no,
I love Kevin Conroy too, but
I had no problem with Peter Weller. Like I thought that was kind of weird, but Peter Weller was cool as in The Dark Knight Returns.
He was amazing.
Jason Mira, who did the voice in the other animated movies, he wasn't that bad. I was sort of found it funny. It was Jerry Connolly was the voice of Superman in those movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony, look, I get it. I get that people love Kevin Conroy. Kevin Conroy's just got one of those.
I think people just need to let go. Like, look, honestly, you know what? Your childhood's over.
Kevin Conroy has got a distinctive Batman voice. And if they're doing a story within that world, or they're doing a story that they feel needs to harken back to that world, that's great. But if they're doing a story that goes somewhere else, and obviously Injustice goes somewhere else, and it's a different type of story, like let somebody else have a crack at it. You know what I mean?
Well,
like I understand the love. I understand the love for Kevin Conroy because and Mark Hamill, right? I mean,
I mean, to be fair though, like Kevin is the voice of Batman in that universe, but it's the same thing I say with James Earl Jones. I'm like, I love James as Darth Vader, but the man needs to just retire while he still has a voice because it just seems like in this latest performances, like it just doesn't feel like it's the same energy, if that makes sense. Like he's just like, yeah, I'm doing this again because I'm contractually obligated to, instead of it being like, yeah, I'm doing this for fun.
Yeah, no, I get you. Look, Injustice, Gods Among Us. I mean, great comic storyline. Okay, let's be honest. Great games. I mean, these games, folks, have put DC on the map for games.
This is also big for NetherRealm Studios, the developers of the game, because now both Mortal Kombat and Injustice have received animated movies from Warner Brothers.
Hey, love you, Brian.
Later,
guys, go subscribe to Brian, Master of None.
Absolutely. We're almost at 200.
Give him
make
all
it
your
happen.
love. Guys, can I just say something real quick before you go, Brian? Can I just say something real quick before you go? Guys, we all come in here every week and you all listen to Brian, and I know you all love Brian. There is no reason why Brian should only be there's no reason why Brian should be less than 200 subs.
I don't do as much as I should. But
Brian would never say this. But I love this man right here, and this man needs to have more subs, folks. This guy right here, he's got great takes on stuff. He's a fun-loving guy. Look at that smile on his face, folks. Right. This guy is somebody who is loyal. He's tried and true. If you haven't subscribed to Brian Master of None, will you please go subscribe to Brian Master of None?
That's right. Come hang out. I was going to do a watch party for the Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, but I fell asleep. So I do apologize for that.
Well, look, I can only do so much. You got to be consistent, my friend.
No, I know. That's what I said. I think that's why I don't have very many subscribers, because it's like, I don't put as much effort into it as much as I should. But no, everyone have a good night. Thank you for all the birthday well wishes. Yes, I do try to just chill out. Honestly, dude, the last one was in the midst of all this DC drama. What do? We talked about why we like DC.
Heck yeah, man.
What made you a fan in the first place?
Well, Brian, can I take you to your favorite restaurant before your favorite place to eat?
Please.
Before. So happy birthday. I'm gonna take you out for your favorite place to eat.
All over town, people are talking about the lunch trench. It's the ditch where you can eat your food.
Oh yeah. No, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I love you, and I'll see you later this week.
All right, man.
We shall meet again.
Yes,
have a good night.
All right, buddy. Bye-bye. Brian's a good guy.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so so I just feel like this thing. I think that this thing is going to do well. No matter the naysayers, no matter the people who are still trying to hold on to the Super Friends, which I love the Super Friends. I'm not talking bad about the Super Friends. I love the Super Friends, but there's people already, man. They're already condemning the artwork on this.
I love the animation look. It looks fine. In fact, it actually does look like the Mortal Kombat animation, in all honesty, and I think that's fine as well because these are both NetherRealm properties, technically.
He's got the spit curl, for God's sake. How long has it been since we've seen the spit curl? And they're bringing it in Injustice? That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Like, I remember I have like this Blu-ray called Forever Evil. So again, like when they were doing the Forever Evil arc in the New 52, and they mentioned this in the thing of talking about Superman, like, you know, in the 50s, you know, during like the Cold War, it was nice knowing that we had a beacon of hope and a protector in Superman. But now that we live in the age we do, you know, maybe it went to the premise of like, you know, maybe Luthor is right. Maybe we should, you know more about him, and we shouldn't fully trust someone that could, you know, obliterate a single country within a day.
Right.
Yeah. And so that's what gives it interesting stories. Like I know there's other, and I'm not calling them out, but there's other YouTubers like, I know that Angry Joe's and I watch his stuff. Angry Joe's a massive Superman fan, and he is one of those that hates when evil Superman is a thing. He did get angry at the Suicide Squad trailer, but I'm like I get it. You want classic Superman.
Well, you know what I think of that?
Stupid! You're so stupid!
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just poking the bear with that one. Yeah, no, you know what? Look, I just feel that it takes everything. First of all, Adam, Burke, welcome. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm glad that this is your first stream, man. I'm glad that's your first time in the lounge. We are glad to have you here, and we hope that it won't be your last time. That you'll hang out with us some more, for sure.
Mary just made a good point in the chat about the complaints didn't stop NetherRealm from making a sequel. And Injustice 2 is one of my favorite fighting games ever. I spent the amount of money I spent on that game. Oh, God. It was my favorite game of when it came out, 2017, 2018? No, 2017. It was my favorite game of 2017.
Yeah, it's a good game, man. It's a good property overall.
It is.
You know, people can complain about it all they want to, but the reality is that the idea of Superman literally losing it and going off and you know, everybody fighting each other, it's a great idea. It's a great concept. Because who's gonna stop him?
Yeah.
Right. And then he converts others to his you know, to his thinking and takes over the world, because that's the fear, man. That's what makes Superman great, is like Superman doesn't have to be good. Like this whole thing of like, well, he's just good. He's just good intention from the very beginning. That's just who he is. Here's the thing, folks. He doesn't have to be. It's because of how he was raised. It's because of his own personal convictions, right? And it's the idea that this guy, he could be a god. He could literally rule the entire planet, right?
Yeah.
He could do that. He could literally rule the entire planet, put everything in its place, and just dictate. And he doesn't, because he respects the human race that much. But in Injustice, he feels like the work isn't getting done, right? That the job's not getting done, and that, you know, somebody's got to step in, you know? And so it's a great take on that.
I think some people do have a problem with the line in the first game, because Joker basically, when he's like, when he tells Batman, you know, sometimes, you know, I do like playing with you, Batsy, but sometimes I prefer things to be on easy mode. He looks over at Superman because he knows that he can get a reaction from Superman. Batman knows the Joker inside and out, but Superman is more reactionary to the type of evil that Joker is. And so, and plus, like, people need to also understand that the reaction he had to his family dying is so understandable, because it, you know, like if your family is murdered, you're going to want a good 10, 20 minutes in a small room with the person that did it. Anyone would have that feeling of anger and rage, and Superman has the power to literally act on that.
Well, I don't know, Monkey Jeebus. So I've got where's my it's not that
necessarily,
because if you look at Justice Lords, I mean that's like saying it's the same as Crime Syndicate, you know, where you have Ultraman, right, and stuff like that. It's different. It's a completely different take on it. That's what I love about even evil Superman. The idea of evil Superman.
There's different evil Superman.
There's different versions of that because, like with Justice Lords, you're just on a planet where the entire Justice League has turned over and just become the dictators of the world, right?
Yeah.
And so they're the Justice Lords. They're lording over the planet. In this story with Injustice, Superman turns bad because he cracks. The Joker kills Lois and he loses it, right? And so it shows what could happen if that were the case. And he feels that he looks at the world and sees that the world has decayed so much and it needs somebody to tell it what to do. And he tries to convert the rest of the Justice League. He tries to convert everybody to his way of thinking, and they all resist. Now there's some who go along with him, right? There's
like Wonder Woman,
because Wonder Woman sees the value in it, and she later,
I mean, in some cases, it's implied in Injustice too that because she lusted for him, and she now that Lois is gone, she kind of had a lust for Superman, that she kind of pushed him further down the path than Superman would have probably originally been in had she not, had her way. And I loved that. I was like, oh my God. So that just that adds lore and layers to this evil Superman. He probably wouldn't have been as much of a dictator if Wonder Woman hadn't pushed him to be that.
Yeah. And right here, Mary, you got a great point. It says Superman should be capable of great good and great evil. He was raised by humans, and they are capable of either one or the other. Superman should be capable of shades of gray too. And I think you made good.
We are walking contradictions.
Yep, because just like Injustice shows that Superman watches Lois be killed right in front of him, and then kills the Joker and cracks, right? Monkey, you're absolutely right. Where in Kingdom Come, Superman didn't go bad when Lois was killed, right? So there's all these different layers, and that's what Superman should be. That's what these characters should be, is that there is no one definitive to just say, well, Superman would always act this way or Superman would always act that. That's the great part of having different stories to me.
Yeah. And the other thing added to this, the Injustice Superman, which is even more screwed up. And I love when writers go down that dark path a little bit. Normal cases, we wouldn't add this in the story, but this is a very special case that we're going to. Not only did he kill Lois, the way that Joker tricked him into killing Lois is ingenious. Using kryptonite infused fear toxin from Scarecrow to believe he's fighting Doomsday. And she's pregnant with his son. I'm like, oh my God. And I was like, that is definitely something the Joker would do. And Superman's reaction is definitely how Superman would react in that situation.
I'm telling you guys, that's what I love about this. So the fact that we're getting an animated, cartoon of this, I hope that it does well. And
it will. It will.
Yep. Damon here says in Injustice Comics, remember Superman fans, Superman killed Joker because his very own child and the love of his life died. Yep. So the reason for his downfall, it makes sense. I like vast characterization. Yep, absolutely. And hey, joining us all the way from up above, up there in Canada, our good friend Tony, aka Ray, the drunk guy in Canada. What's going on, Tony? How you doing, brother?
Good, Enosh. How you guys doing?
Doing well tonight, man. Doing well. Awesome. Kicking butt, taking names, chewing bubblegum, and kicking butt. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Love that. Yeah, I love that reference.
Now we're talking about. Are you familiar with Injustice? I know you're a big comic book guy, but are you familiar? I know you're more of a Marvel guy, but are you familiar with Injustice?
Not really. No, not really.
Ooh. So this is.
I've been listening to you guys, so I can't.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a video game. It's been a great comic book series. Fantastic all around. It's just a different story. It's just a different take on these characters where basically Superman just takes everybody out. What do we? Is this your Aquaman? This is your Aquaman. Tell everybody about your Aquaman.
This is Aquaman #1 from 1962.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry about the reflection here. It's actually really, really nice, but I wanted to bring it on and show it to you.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
Sorry about that.
You like comic book geeks on this show? What kind of place
Yes.
is it?
Right? I know, man. I know.
Bunch
I
of
know.
weirdos.
No, it looks great, man. It looks great. Show us that cover again. Show us that cover again.
Yeah, of course. It's a crazy looking cover.
I love it though.
wow.
You got to get people's attention, man. And that
now what is he fighting? What is he fighting there?
It says, let's see. Here we go. Can you read that?
Keep dodging, Aqualad. Those fire trolls are trying to give us an underwater hot foot.
Was that what year was that from? 1962, 63?
62.
Oh, 62. Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Same year that. Hold on. I want to make sure I get this correct.
What probably can't.
So you had Avengers coming out. You had a whole bunch of stuff. That was a 3-year window where Marvel was first coming out with stuff too, and I call that the window of color, brightness, and opportunity because it was before you had the Vietnam War, before you had the civil rights struggle bursting onto the news where you could see it. There was a whole bunch of stuff that you didn't have going on. You didn't have any real war going on. You were removed from World War II, and all of Marvel's colorful, bright, and happy characters spawned from that 3-year period, whereas DC's original pantheon came from World War II, open gang violence, all kinds of stuff. So I always lament on that's why those stories were told differently for so long. Even before there was a Marvel Comics, DC was telling dark stories, but Marvel did their thing. Go ahead.
This might be the grail of my collection, to be completely honest. And I'm not even a DC guy. Like, I'm actually thinking about selling all of my DC comics to buy more Marvel stuff right now.
Just stay away from the 90s.
I have original Wonder Woman from the 50s. I have original Batman from the 50s and late 40s. Like, I have Superman, Superboy 22 from 51. I am seriously considering getting rid of all of my DC to get some. I want X-Men #1.
Now, I let you say it twice. If you say it again, I'm going to have to boot you.
I want X-Men #1. I really do. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right, man.
That's a high up there one, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but my DC, I think I could trade straight across, maybe. I think this Aquaman could get me X-Men #2 straight up. Yeah, it's yeah. It cost me a lot of money.
I would believe it.
So, it's 4 figures.
Oh boy!
Good God!
Oh my goodness.
So what were we talking about?
So we were just we finished up talking about we were finishing up talking about Injustice. I'm looking forward to this. I mean the cast of characters that are going to be on this, it just sounds amazing. But to kind of go back to oh hey, look, TW McKay's in here as well. What's up, TW?
What's up?
How you doing, sir?
Good. Hi, Tony. How are you? Hey, JP.
Hello.
It's very chill now. It's very chill.
Yes.
We got a couple of Canadians in here now, and so now it's gonna be chill.
Hey, is that guy Benson in here?
No, he is over. I've been hopping between here and 3 Buck Theater. He is over there.
Yeah, I'm watching Robert Meyer Burnett's show today because I watch it every day, and I sent in a super chat. And he's got one right behind you, and he's mentioning all of you guys. He's mentioning Poindexter Lounge. He mentions everybody in the super chat. He said, well, maybe these guys will finally realize that it's over. And I'm like, I sent in, and I'm like, well, first of all, what is it? Did somebody get a paycheck by the Snyderverse not continuing? Is there like a fund somewhere where somebody gets paid, and they say when if it doesn't continue, you get a bonus or something, or you get
or if we all finally admit that it's over, I think people get like some kind of bonus or something. Yeah.
Why does there seem to be people that seem to derive some type of glee for it? Why? If you didn't want to see it, you just don't watch it. But I never understood that. But like I said before, this whole thing, about it being over, I kind of find it laughable. It may not be instantaneous, but you're gonna Netflix literally grows money at this point, even with $12 billion in debt. They make so much money that there are people who finance them are like,
we don't mind right now that you're $12 billion in debt because we know you. There's so much money. At any point in time, they could cash that out, but they're not. They're spending it on their company. So you mean to tell me that if Netflix comes to Zazoff, not the current stiffs, to Zazoff and says, we're going to pay for this. All we need you to do is distribute. Oh, and by the way, it's something you can put in the theater and you get the majority of that money as a distributor. You think somebody's going to turn down that money? And Netflix has already proven that they're all in for Zack Snyder. This isn't a group of people who need convincing. This isn't Hamada. This isn't Emmerich. These aren't people who need to be sold on Zack Snyder. So I'd say a couple of years from now, you might see it. I mean, but like I said, a first look deal is a pretty good deal. But like I said, that doesn't stop him. Like if somebody came in tomorrow and said, you know what, here's your budget, here's your calling card, do your Justice League 2 and 3. That doesn't stop him from doing that. That just would make it to where Netflix would have first, dibs at it. But because they're not going to license it, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't do it anyway. The only way that Netflix would do it is if they offered Warner Brothers a deal to do it. I mean, but at that point, it's zero risk to Warner Brothers. It would be even better deal than what they got from Legendary. Legendary finances 70% of their movies.
Cherie says they're going to throw a parade.
Yeah, I mean, like of money that they don't get.
And here's the thing. Like I love Mark from Betson's. He's been on the show, man. I've had him on the show. We watched Condor Man together. We did a whole watch party with Mark, even because he was big on the Condor Man. I love Mark, but like I lately I don't know if he's mad at me because I won't say that it's dead. There's a couple of guys who I feel like they're mad at me just because I still see the ways in which this can happen. Like I don't know, man.
I mean, do they get special powers if you say it out loud like Candyman? Do you get special powers if you say this, it's over? Do they
I don't know. I don't know, man. What bothers me a little bit, I guess, is like when Lord Slug is like, Benson always hates on you guys. Don't know what did you hurt in me? I didn't hurt anybody. Like I don't know.
Hey, well, he got you.
I think it's over. So. Personally, I think it's totally over, and that's okay. I don't mind everybody else's opinion, but I think it's over.
Yeah, but everybody who I've heard say it's over never gives me a business reason why it will be 100% dead. They just give me their opinion. But these days, it's 2021. Opinions.
I don't care. Like that. If you think that it's still going to go on, cool. I'm in for that too. But in my personal opinion, I think it's done. And I don't.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
that's
really,
great. There's a million personal opinions out there.
No, there's no business. There's no business thing to this.
Yeah, but if you're gonna say something that makes money is over, I'm beyond just hearing opinions.
Look, Rel brings up a good point. Rel brings up a good point here, and so does Integrity. It's like, okay, so if you really believe it's over, then just stop talking about it. Like, you don't have to tell me like to stop talking about it. Or that I should stop talking about it. I mean, I've got the same information that everybody else has. I just have a different conclusion. I just see a different way that it could happen. I've said over and over again, if Zack Snyder comes out and says, "Hey guys, you know what? I'm not interested in doing this anymore. I tried. We all tried. It was good." But I don't see that. I see Zack dropping these little hints here, these little things here, just like he did with the Snyder Cut, exact same way that he did with the Snyder Cut. It's Zack that's keeping that idea alive. So, so that's the way I feel about it. That's the way I feel about it. But I just think that it's funny. Yeah, Caleb, and we are, man. We're gonna keep fighting. We're gonna keep doing this. And it's like I told people. I said, and if it happens, then celebrate with us. Okay. I'm not gonna box anybody out. I'm not gonna tell Benson's. I'm not gonna tell Todd Fayer when it happens. I love you, Todd. That like you guys can't celebrate with us. If you want to celebrate with us, that's fine. But you know what?
It's like Tony. Well, it's like it's. I think Tony would agree. We would be, because I'm very much in his camp. Well, I'm not saying it's completely over, but I mean, like, you know what I mean. I'm closer to Tony than I am to you guys. I think we would both be incredibly happy to be wrong in this situation. We would be incredibly happy to be wrong.
Yeah. I just, I absolutely agree.
Either way, that's overall going to change somebody's mind. Like, I honestly don't have an opinion either way about this. Like, if it goes forward, hey, I'm freaking cool with that. If it doesn't, I kind of saw it coming. Either way, I'm not super upset and I'm not super happy either way. You know what I mean? Like for either side.
You're indifferent.
I'm the same way.
Indifferent. Yeah, 100% indifferent. But if it happens, I'm
on the
fully
sidelines.
on board, man.
But you know the funny thing about that is that's DC films in general. There's just too much indifference. That's here's another thing. Say let's scrap the Snyderverse and let's erase it from our memories and thoughts of going forward. What's the plan now? It just doesn't. There's just no cohesive plan. If you were going to remove this, if you were going to move beyond this, shouldn't you have had somewhere to move to? And it just seems like a disorganized mess of the Magic 8-Ball. Let's shake it and let's ask the Magic 8-Ball what's next. And whatever the Magic 8-Ball says, we're going to go ahead.
Because they needed Kevin Feige. They couldn't allow a director to direct the entire DC universe. They need a Kevin Feige, somebody who's going to direct it from the rafters like a puppet master. And they needed guys like Zack Snyder to be those amazing directors that would put that vision into form, right?
But see that's right now on Netflix. But see, then the thing is right now Netflix is putting Zack Snyder in that position. And Zack's gonna direct a couple of movies, but right now it's showing that he is developing these original ideas and stories that he wants to do, and he's putting other people even in charge of it to direct those things and to do those things too. So it's not that Zack can't do it. It's not that Zack can't do it. It's the fact that Warner Brothers doesn't want to let go. Warner Brothers. No, but that's the thing is Warner Brothers won't have a Kevin Feige and I don't want to say Kevin Feige because I don't think that DC should be run the same way that Marvel is. No, but like when I say a Kevin Feige, I mean just that a figurehead, right?
Somebody to guide things.
Yeah, exactly. But Warner Brothers in its current state will never have someone do that, not because there's not people out there that can do it, and not because they didn't even have people in position who could have done it. But it's because they will not let go. They will not trust the process. They want to keep taking it back. And look, I've watched enough of that show, The Prophet. Have you ever watched that show, The Prophet, where the guy invests his own money and stuff like that? And he tells everybody, he's like, it's about people and process. And there's another P, but I can't remember what it is. But profit, right? So there's people, profit, and process. Right. And he says you got to trust the process. The process may look a little weird at first, but if you stick to it, you'll be respected. You'll be respected and you'll come out through the other side with the profit. Right. So you get the people, you trust the process, and then later on you'll get the profit. Warner Brothers, they don't want that. They want to get the people, but then they want to still control the people, tell the people what to do to get the profit. And the profit will dictate the process, and it doesn't work that way. Real quick,
Enosh has now triggered all of the Sixers fans in the audience.
Todd Fayer here with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Says, Enosh, I have a weird question for you since most mainstream press have said the Snyderverse is over. Who has said the Snyderverse is over? Mainstream press.
Nah, YouTubers. It's just basically YouTubers.
YouTubers aren't mainstream press.
Alternate media.
Like
alternate media.
Like, I mean, no, I'm just asking the question because, like, literally first of all, the mainstream press has had nothing, especially since the Snyder Cut came out. The mainstream press has done nothing but call for there to be more.
Yeah.
I mean, they've all said this was so great. People are asking what comes next. And as far as the mainstream press, first of all, there's not a lot of mainstream press that's like covering it, but everything that they've said has been very positive. There's only literally like a couple of sites, and they were never going to be positive anyways. But like, I don't know who this mainstream press is.
Yeah, there's only a few trades, and those trades have all been fairly positive. So
yeah, so like the places themselves have all. But anyways, I'm gonna read the rest of the questions. Mainstream press has said that Snyderverse is over, but you always say it could happen, and people listen to you. Do you think you are giving fans false hope? No, because I'm going by what Zack Snyder said. And has said, okay, and here's why. If I were to go by that thinking, first of all, because the mainstream press has not been vocal about it at all. Well, okay, so but this is different, Todd. This is totally different, Todd, than saying the mainstream press. You can't say the mainstream press is saying it because the mainstream press is not. The people at WB are saying it, but those people at WB are on their way out.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Dead man walking.
Wow.
So the thing is that no, it's not giving false hope, because here's the thing, man. If we went by that, think about what happened with the Snyder Cut. Yeah, the mainstream media said, nope, ain't gonna happen. It's not how Hollywood works. It doesn't exist. All the mainstream YouTubers, it doesn't exist. That's not how Hollywood works. These fans don't understand how this works. All the studios, no. The Snyderverse, WB themselves, the Snyder Cut does not exist. He does not have a copy of the movie. We do not have plans to release this thing. You're never going to see this thing. It's never going to happen. Never. Literally nobody, Todd. Nobody was like, yeah, it could exist.
How many nevers was that?
Exactly.
Nobody, literally nobody.
Literally nobody was in support of it at all. And
I'll say this.
Zach kept putting it out there. I have a cut. There's this, there's that. Pay attention to this, pay attention to that. The fans did. The fans came together for something good. The fans raised money for suicide prevention. And in the meantime, they raised awareness for the Snyder Cut. So when the time came that something changed and they needed the Snyder Cut, you notice that they went to the Snyder Cut. They don't want to admit now that they needed the Snyder Cut, and they don't want to admit what a success it was, even though the whole freaking world knows it was a success, because people who hate the DC universe, people who even hated Zack Snyder's stuff, for God's sake, have said,
I liked it.
I actually liked it, right? And so like people have seen it all over the world. Right. So the thing is, I'm not giving anybody false hope. I've said the same thing, Todd. There are possibilities for the way that it could happen. If I did not believe that there were actual possibilities for the way that it happened, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't.
It would also be different. It would also be different if you were saying it is happening. That would be different. If you had said definitively. If you had said definitively that the Snyderverse is happening, that we are getting Justice League 2, that we are getting a graphic novel, that we are getting whatever it may be, that would be different, because that's giving fans false hope. You are being hopeful as long as you admit that right now, physically, from the evidence we've seen, there's nothing concrete. We can say we're hopeful. Then I'm down for that.
And I talk about the ways that it can happen. That these are the avenues that are these are the avenues
to work with them again.
These are the avenues that are still open. These are the ways that he could do it if he wants. Todd here with another $10 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Says yeah, I know, right? Says that's not true. Most magazines have had interviews where they say the Snyderverse is over. You know what I mean? There's no major publication that says the Snyderverse will continue.
Which magazines? Like I like, and I'm not like trying to call them out, but I like which magazines. Like, give me names, because like there is some bargain bin magazines that are probably saying this, that in terms of like the conversation are irrelevant.
Yeah, I would have to know what publications you're talking about, and I wouldn't say no major publication, because there have been plenty of publications that have come out very positive of the Snyder Cut, saying that there should be more. And nobody has drawn a line in the sand one way or another on the future of this.
It comes down to business. It comes down to business and common sense. If you don't even have to have a feeling or opinion one way or another. Money makes this entire industry go around. And Netflix is where WB will be in 2 years. What Netflix is now is what Warner will be in 2 years, once they have management that is more streaming friendly and things like that. Now, what are the barriers? What are the barriers that everybody brings up when they say it's never going to happen? The cost and this and the people that are involved as far as management. Okay, most of those guys are on their way out. And I just explained how the cost would not be incurred by Warner Brothers themselves. And once you eliminate that cost, you eliminate their risk. And we already know that there's money there. Even though they won't let us know, I still can't find BVS unless it's on Amazon. Those things sold out. I still was sitting watching it. It crashed the night of it was aired. And when Netflix acquires this, not Netflix, but when Warner Discovery makes their acquisition, those books are open to them. And they were probably open enough to Netflix to the point where they're like, dude, we know your numbers enough to where we're gonna take the first crack at anything you do. They didn't just do that because they woke up on the right side of the bed and they felt good. They got people that looked at Snyder Cut numbers. They got people that looked at BVS numbers. They got people who looked at HBO Max's numbers and how much of the other associated content jumped after March 18th. All that was when they offered him this deal. All that was on the table. So when certain individuals are in other companies and gone, common sense and money is what's greed. That's what seeps through. If there's money to be made, it will happen. Yeah. When? Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, a couple of things here. Todd with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Man, says you are just saying restore the Snyderverse talking points, which is not wrong to do. I just laid out business. I literally have no talking points, man. I literally have just laid out the fact that Zack has been leading this whole thing. Zack is the one with each new interview. Zack drops another little hint. The Tyrone Magnus interview, especially, because that's where Zack brought up Discovery and the possibility that, hey, with Discovery coming in, who knows? And he says over and over again that he'd be down for it. All these people who are like, Zack doesn't want to do it. That's not true. That's not true at all. Zack has said over and over and over again the exact opposite, that he absolutely wants to do it. That he's in for it. But the people in charge have to change. The management has to change. It has to be a different mindset. So I don't have any talking points for it, man. I literally have no talking points for it. I'm just telling you how it can happen and that the man himself wants to do it. And so, like TW said, I'm not sitting here telling you, I've had secret conversations with Zack Snyder, and he told me that he's going to be doing this, and it's going to be announced 2022.
My source.
Yeah, my source, right? I'm not Doomcock over here, telling you my sources say that this is going to happen. No, I'm just telling you, based on the information that's there, everybody who's come forward and said, well, Zack doesn't want to do it. That's not true. All right. The idea that, well, Warner Brothers doesn't want it, so that means it's dead. That's not true either, because Warner Brothers never wanted it. Warner Brothers didn't want the Snyder Cut. But yet, guess what? When it came time and there needed to be a decision made, power was deviated someplace else, and Warner Brothers didn't make that decision. Hamada wasn't in charge of the Snyder Cut getting released. All those people were, what's her name, Ann Sarnoff, who did her hit piece on there, a couple days afterwards. She wasn't in charge of what happened with the Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut happened regardless of what Warner Brothers wanted. So you can't just say, well, Warner Brothers doesn't want it, so it's not going to happen, because we're not even going off of that. There are definitely things out there that could change. Also, I do want to real quick. So we asked for names. He says Hollywood Reporter, Deadline, Entertainment Weekly, etc.
The closest thing I found was a Forbes article. It looks like an opinion piece. It's like box office why Warner Brothers and DC films don't need to restore the Snyderverse.
Yep.
Also, he mentioned we got this covered. We got this covered.
I was going to get to that. I want to cover these three first, because these three are legit sources. The Hollywood Reporter.
I couldn't find it.
Yeah, the Hollywood Reporter. Look, they've covered the thing. They have reported on it. They have never come out and said that it's not going to happen. Deadline has never come out and said it's not going to happen. Entertainment Weekly has never come out and said that it's not going to happen. Variety printed the hit piece, but they have never actually done their own piece that says that it's not going to happen, or they don't believe it's going to happen. That Variety piece was set up in advance. That was part of Warner Brothers FU middle finger back to Zack Snyder when that happened. And as far as we got this covered, dude, please.
Yeah, no. I had them in Galaxy Book News.
Okay.
Cosmic Book News.
Todd, if you believe anything that I ever tell you, bro, and I say this just because I like you, and I like all of you, but if everyone comes here and you get one thing out of what I say, you don't have to believe the Snyderverse is going to continue. You could still look at me and say the Snyder Cut's not going to happen still. I don't care. Do not believe. We've got this covered. Yeah, right? Exactly. It already happened. That's the whole point, right?
Oh, okay.
According to some people, somebody might go back in time and undo it, right? But if you listen to anything I say, please listen. There are two publications especially, and they're not even publications. They're just online wannabe sites. Literally, I could make up a site tomorrow and just put some banner ads on there and look like we got this covered, or Cosmic Book News or whatever.
Jeez.
We've got this covered is not real. Literally, there was a study done what was like a
2%.
couple years ago. 2%. This is documented. 2% of the stories that they've reported were actually true, and those were stories that other publications, legitimate places, were reporting. Okay, they don't have any sources of their own. They don't have any common sense of their own. And we got this covered. It is literally a supermarket tabloid made up garbage. Like, I mean, the worst kind. It is not real.
He's saying that they're one of the only publications that said Snyderverse will continue.
Oh, no.
Again, I'm not saying that those articles like for Hollywood and them don't exist. I just couldn't find them. And I even put it in Google. Like, I tried to narrow it down as much as I could. I could not find them. The closest I got was that Forbes article. And again, I skimmed it and it looks like an opinion piece.
So $5 super chat here says, I was saying we got this covered as the only publication that Snyderverse will continue. Here's the point, man. Here's the point. Nobody should be reporting either way because it's all opinion at this point. Just like TW just said, I can't report to you that the Snyderverse is continuing. Dude, I look forward to the day when I will sit in this chair, look into this camera, and say to you, told you.
If it happens, yes.
The Snyderverse is happening. The Snyderverse is happening. We are getting this or we are getting that. I look forward to and I hope for that day. And I see the paths that can get us there. Okay? Those paths have not been cut off. Those paths are not but if we've got this covered, is telling you that this is this and nobody else is telling you that, again, we've got this covered. I don't care if it's pro Snyderverse or anti Snyderverse. If we got this covered is telling you something, I don't put much into it.
Any of the other ones too.
I just don't. And until somebody else shows me that has happened. Like I've seen so many article titles and stuff that I'm like, yeah, I get excited about it. And then I see the link, and I'm like,
the irony is they don't have anything covered at all. Like,
exactly. So no, I appreciate it, man.
Oxymoron.
I do appreciate the sentiment, but seriously, nobody can report on this either way. Todd, wow, with another $5 super chat says, "What paths forward? Explain, please." Okay, well, I mean, I feel I already have, but
I just did.
I mean, I feel like maybe you're not listening to us because like you're so sure of like one specific idea that you're not hearing when we're actually saying it, and maybe that's it. I don't know, man. Okay, but I'm just going to put it out here one more time, and bullet points on this because we've already talked about this like ad nauseum. This is not even a topic for tonight. Okay, so but I appreciate your super chats, and I'm going to respect that. Absolutely,
it's gonna be now.
Right, I know. I'm good, and I definitely respect that. All right. So here's the thing: as far as what paths are available still for it to happen, we know that if things continued with Warner Brothers wasn't gonna do anything about it. Okay, your Ann Sarnoffs, your Walter Hamadas, your Toby Emmerichs, they weren't going to do anything about it. We had a path at one point through HBO Max. Okay, and that was a legitimate path that was there because HBO Max brought about the Snyder Cut, right? Jason Kilar was the one who worked and pushed to help bring about the Snyder Cut and wanted that to be seen. And they needed the content. Okay, let's be honest with it. They needed the content. So they went to Zack and they said, "Hey, you want to finish this?" And at first they told Zack what? Just release it the way it is. Like not finished, not nothing. And Zack said, "Nope, no way. Ain't gonna do that because then when it fails and people criticize it for not being finished, you're just gonna turn it back on me and say, see, we told you it wasn't any good anyways, right?" So they decided to put some money into it because they still needed the content. So that got us the Snyder Cut, right? But we had a legitimate way there with HBO Max still. But here's the thing: with Discovery merging now with this company and having a brand new CEO come in to this situation. Somebody who has said we are going to spend was it $20 billion? $20 billion on new content.
Yep.
He literally came up front and said, we're going to spend more than Netflix, which was leading the spending wars at 17 billion. And he came right out and said, we are going to spend over 20 billion because we want to put out all kinds of great content, right? Different regime, going to be different people. And when a new regime comes in, they're going to want their own people. William has covered this so many times. I mean, William, you've done such a great job, man. I feel like I'm stepping over you because you've shared it many great times. So I know this this myself. But the thing is, with a new regime comes new people. Comes new. It's already been talked about. You want to talk about something in the trades? It's already been talked about. It's already been talked about that your Ann Sarnoffs, your Toby Emmerichs. Toby Emmerich's been out looking for a job, for God's sake. He was trying to get a job with Netflix. He was putting it out there. People were putting stuff out there and everything, and trying to talk to people.
As far as I understand it, with respect to the Netflix thing, I thought it was like Geffen called them, like David Geffen called Netflix on his behalf, and he didn't ask Geffen to call them.
He put out feelers.
Yeah.
Put out feelers, no.
Either way.
Put out feelers. But the point is,
that conversation lasted 2 seconds.
But can I ask you something though, TW? Mm-hmm. Would it be weird for me to start calling around and asking people about a job for you if you didn't talk to me about it?
It'd be very strange.
Be very strange, wouldn't it?
That's like if your mom did
so I know there's people.
You.
I know there's people who's trying to defend, Emmerich, like, Emmerich is confident in his position. But like, why would people be calling on your behalf to try to get you a different job?
Yeah, like that.
You know what I mean?
Odd.
Again,
that's really odd. Okay, so I'm just saying. But
we'll see if he gets laid off.
So exactly, we'll see, right? But the thing is when you get a new CEO, there's going to be change. There's going to be all kinds of change going on, and obviously there's a different look at this. Well, also I think Warner Brothers unwittingly has kind of shot themselves in the foot with like totally cutting it off, because if they said we're absolutely rebooting this thing, right? We're not going to bring back Ezra Miller. We're not going to bring back Ben Affleck. Right now, if you read all these reports, they're still holding on to Henry Cavill. Even.
There is the rumor that Gal might be done after Wonder Woman 3, but I mean that's off for God knows how long.
But they're not getting rid of Aquaman, right? They're not booting Jason Momoa because that movie made $1 billion for him. So of course they're not doing it. And then even today, what's his name? Wan. What's his first name? James Wan. Even said, like, I'm not coming back for part 3. So you better believe that if it makes any decent money, there's going to be a part 3, right? So they're going to cash that check until they can't cash it no more. And the Wonder Woman thing, the part 3 comes out. I think that's probably going to be your Gal finishing up her tenure there for the official movies.
We'll be ready for a new Wonder Woman by the time that one comes around.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. They didn't put their foot down and say we're rebooting the thing, right? They didn't. If they really wanted to kill it, you'd come out and you'd say, we're going to cut all ties off. Remember, this is still Zack Snyder's Aquaman. This is still Zack Snyder's Flash. This is still Zack Snyder's Batman. If they bring Henry Cavill back, Zack Snyder's Superman, his castings, based on his characters, whatever, okay? The thing is that at the end of the day, they could have just rebooted and said, we're going to start with all new characters, all new people. We're gonna just move ahead and do that.
Those movies would have been VHS level at that point.
Yeah, but it would have been done. It would have been done, but they didn't do that. So
I have a hypothetical on that. On why they haven't said the reboot isn't happening, or why they haven't said they're going to reboot. I'm not. Make no mistake. What I'm about to say, and I'm saying this for the chat and for the panel, I don't believe this is happening, but I could see why they wouldn't say that it's in the trades and so forth that it's being rebooted. Because if you get people to come and see the Flash, you don't talk about that, and then everyone goes and sees the Flash, and then just the narrative itself says it's rebooting. Unless it leaks, you've gotten a bunch of people to give you a bunch of money, So they're still making their money in that case, and then they can do whatever else after.
Well, here's the thing.
But they're not going to harm. Yeah, no, I know. The only thing with that though is it's not just the Flash movie. You got the Aquaman movie, and you know that Wonder Woman 3 is coming out, so they're not hard booting it.
That's why I don't think it's happening.
Right.
Either.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think it's
that's the thing. There might be wishful thinking out there. There might be
Flash.
wishful thinking out there. But here's the thing: Zack Snyder has kept talking about it. So everybody who goes, Zack doesn't want to do it anymore. Let Zack stop. It's a fundamental difference that I have with Matt Jarbo. Matt Jarbo has said on record. He said, leave Zack alone. Zack just wants to walk away. Let him do it. That's not the case. And I even got Matt to admit on stream, well, that's not what I meant. Well, that's what you said. You said that Zack Snyder doesn't want to do it. That's not true. Zack Snyder absolutely wants to do it. Zack Snyder, wants to finish his story, the 5-story arc. Now, am I saying that this restoring the Snyderverse? I am not one of these people who are saying that to restore the Snyderverse means that the whole thing needs to crumble down, that we got to tear everything down that Warner Brothers is doing. We got to destroy all this stuff. Suicide Squad's got to, not exist. Whatever they're doing in this Flash movie doesn't exist. Shazam, all that stuff. No, because I want Shazam. I liked Shazam. I'm looking forward to Black Adam. Okay. I'm gonna see Suicide Squad. You can hate me if you want to hate me, but I'm a DC fan. It's just the way it is, right? So I'm sorry that I can have an opinion and be honest. Like, that should tell you that I'm being straight up with you. Like, I like those movies, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't want to end the rest of the stories. I just want mine to finish.
Exactly. That's all I want. I just want the story to finish. And with Zack saying the things that he has said about Discovery, about the possibilities and all that stuff, that he said that, hey, let's see what Discovery does. He's the one who brought up Discovery. It wasn't even brought up to him. He was the one who brought it up. So, like I said, I'm not reporting to you. You asked me what the paths are. The paths are through this merger and through the fact that we're going to see some differences. That some of the people who have not wanted it may not be the ones making that decision.
Yeah, and Netflix.
In a couple of years.
Netflix is another pathway, simply because they can license it and they can fit the bill.
What's up, Paul?
So
good to see you, man.
So there's a couple different pathways. Just follow the money.
I disagree with this. I don't think Henry Cavill's going to the MCU.
I think that's a troll. I think that's just a troll.
Yeah, I don't know.
No. The interviews, even if he does, he's not going to exclusively be. I mean, people have played in both universes.
I would want him to play Sentry, though. Just to be like a little bit of a nod. That'd be great. But I don't even have a horse in this race.
To play Power Princess while they're at it.
They did have a plan. Zack had a 5. See, here's the problem, though. Zack didn't have some plan that was going to last 20, 30 years like we're seeing with the MCU. The MCU is one of these things like people want to go on indefinitely for the rest of time. Zack had a beginning and an end. And then he said, let's do a Flashpoint movie and reboot the whole thing. So that you can get different stories. Zack, see, you know what I don't understand about this? Everybody's so harsh on Zack. And they're just like, he ruined all this. Zack was the one who wanted to give you an out. Zack was the one who literally wanted to make it so that other people could get the versions of these stories that they wanted. And then it wouldn't take, 30 years for them to get that. That literally he could do his story, do a Flashpoint, reboot it. You get the different Superman you want, get the different Batman you want. You get, that was.
It's like Kingdom Comes. Kingdom Come technically does not exist in the Prime universe, yet it is referred to. It was a limited series that has been referred to for 25 years now.
Yeah. Well, the MCU thing, to kind of comment on that, like the one thing was, I think it's Small Screen, which I guess is their is the International Business Times' movie, film-related division. A source close to them, I guess, had said that Cavill had met people at Marvel Studios. He, quote, he visited the offices, quote, flanked by a number of people, unquote. So, doesn't even say he's going to do it. It just said he's met people. So, if it happens, neat. Otherwise, meh.
Even if he does an MCU movie, he could still do Superman.
Right. And I don't even have a horse in this race, but I would say, if I was a betting man, I'd say wait about let's wait about in the range of about 5 years, and I think that I think we might see Zack come back. I just think like he's been told he's been told you can't play with these toys for now.
I give it 2 years simply because the things that would keep him away will not be there within 2 years. The things that keep him away might not be there within the next 8 months. Once certain things start moving as a merger moves, you're going to start seeing people go away, and you're going to start seeing really cool letters saying so-and-so has done a great job here in their service here. We wish them well in their new endeavors, so-and-so. And you're going to start seeing a lot of peaceful transfers out of the company as the merger starts happening. As we get closer to that finish line, you're going to start seeing Zaslav doing interviews, and we're going to sit down with David Zaslav. All of a sudden, this guy's going to start popping up a little bit more, even though this thing it won't be officially done by the SEC by that point. But you're going to see the writing on the wall. So it's not going to take 5 years. If there's a decision to be made, it's going to be made quickly because they've already done the research. The numbers are there. They're inheriting a company that is starving for content right now in their streaming service. They want content. They have these IPs. Zaslav is on record of knowing how valuable these IPs are, and he's going to attach what he already knows about those IPs to the internal numbers that he's going to have access to as part of the acquisition. Whenever you merge with a company, the books are open to the gaining company, so and everything is out there. So every number, every head that Zack Snyder's Justice League drew globally, anywhere associated, Zaslav knows those numbers. Right, everything.
Yeah,
associated.
no, I agree.
I like this
and I agree.
comment.
Can I say
here.
something? Can I say something about this here? That is not how Zack Snyder thinks.
Who is this?
Zack Snyder, this is putting something on Zack that's not the way that he
Jeff
thinks
Johns.
about it. What's that?
He just
I didn't
described
even
Jeff
see
Johns.
that.
I like the first part. I like the first part.
Unless there's some sort of big shakeup, then I reckon you may have to admit that possibly it's over. Here's the thing. But why does anybody care? Here's what I understand. Like I'm even sick of talking about this because we've gone over it so many times, right? And the thing is, there's no news to report. There's literally no news to report.
About it again. I don't want to talk about it again unless Zack brings it up himself.
Right,
directly.
like I'm all for talking about it if Zack brings it up again. Zack brought it up not too long ago, and we talked about that. But I just don't understand. I guess people feel like they need to somehow convince me that it's over, right? I guess that's what it comes.
They're getting a check. They're getting a check. I'm telling you.
I don't know what it is about me that you all feel is so important about convincing me that it's over, or getting me to somehow admit that to you that it's over, or what? Like I have the final word. I don't have the final word as to whether it's over or not. Like I could tell you tonight it's over, and 2 years from now, Zack Snyder could come back and do it. So, don't allow me to deter you.
Froze.
Hey, let's talk about the stuff that we
Okay,
agree
good.
on, right? Let's talk about the movie properties that we can talk about and agree on. And you don't have to agree with my takes on it, or William's takes on it, or other people's takes on it. But just talking about it at nauseum about something that literally there's no new news on right now. And I'm all for speculation. I love speculating. I love doing that. But this right here, I believe, the second part of this here, you're coming from a place that acts like you're in Zack Snyder's head. And I've heard Zack Snyder talk enough. I know enough people that know Zack. I've been on streams with Zack. I know people who've been on streams with Zack, talked with Zack, communicate with Zack on a regular basis. He's not just saying things just to keep his name heard.
He can make movies to do that.
He's making movies right now. He's literally signing deals.
This is his year.
Yeah. He doesn't need all of us to just talk about it just to keep his name out there, because he's already doing well. The Snyder Cut did extremely well. Army of the Dead did extremely well. You may not like either one of those movies, but you know what? They still did extremely well. There's a lot of movies that I don't like that have done extremely well. And
Space Jam.
Space Jam. I mean, look at Avatar. Avatar, I see as just a horrible film. And it's one of the top grossing films of all time. But I can't argue with the fact that it made that much money. I don't know how. I don't know how. I am not looking forward to the sequels at all. But I wouldn't come in here like if TW had a channel where like he was like, hey man, I really like I really like Avatar, and and this whole time that they've been trying to get the sequels up and down and everything for the last 10 years, and if TW was like, hey man, you know what, they're gonna make these Avatar sequels, and I just come in every time and I'm just like dropping comments over and over and over again, just like, TW, it's not gonna happen, man. It's not going to happen. There's no way it's going to happen. It's dead. It's dead, TW. Let it go. Like, do you understand how that just gets annoying after a while? Like, it's not even a conversation anymore. So, like, I'm all for having a conversation. I'm all for talking about new information. But let's keep it to that, though, right? Like, you don't have to try to convince me that I'm wrong, because you're not going to convince me that I'm wrong. I see clear paths to it. If you don't, you don't. Can we just agree?
For full transparency, I am aware that was a joke, and we were doing that for the sake of the chat. I've never seen Avatar.
There you go, right?
And
that's fascinating.
I think it's also the fact that like it's also almost not apples to apples, because of the fact that like they've actually signed the dotted line on paperwork, and they've started pre-production on the Avatar sequel, so it's almost not 1-to-1. I mean, it would be like that would be like if you were on here and they did actually have Snyder signed to 2 and 3 and was in the pre-production on 2, and then someone said, no, it's still not happening.
I got to address two things, and then I'll let you address something here. First of all, Todd with the $5 super chat says, I think the heads of WB and DC Comics should talk to Kevin Feige to learn from his genius to make comic book movies.
Heavy disagree.
No, they don't.
Mega super disagree. No, they do not. I honestly think, and this is coming from someone who's a massive Marvel fan, Kevin is a tad overrated. Like, there's been directors like the most recent one is Sam Raimi being brought on to direct Doctor Strange. But the original director was the one from the first movie. He had a different vision than Kevin, but because it went against the direction that Kevin wanted to go, he got rid of him. Same thing happened with the Hulk sequel back in 2008. Not Mark Ruffalo. Edward Norton wanted to make a darker Hulk story that dives into the duality more, but Kevin was like, well, we know we need to keep it, family friendly, PG. And I'm like, I want those stories from Marvel, just like DC tells the dark stories. I want those stories from Marvel because their characters, some of them like the Hulk, are tragic. Yeah, I don't think Kevin is a genius. Do I like a lot of the Marvel movies? Yes, but I do think they do feel repetitive in certain fields, and little bit too much. Yeah, a little overrated, tad overrated, in my opinion.
Well, and Cherie put it here. Like, look, this is where I'm at with the Marvel movies. I finally saw a Marvel movie that I actually liked in again. It's been a while since I saw a Marvel movie that I liked again, but I did in
Black Widow.
Black Widow. I actually really liked Black Widow. There were two things that I really thought were stupid in Black Widow at the end.
Except for those plot points.
Except for those two plot points at the end that I felt were really dumb.
Which you can address elsewhere.
Yeah, but it was just kind of dumb.
I just like them. I just haven't seen the movie.
Yeah, so as soon as I'm only going to give it a little bit more time that I'm going to come out. But here's the thing: there's a couple things, but I thought that movie was smart. It was great, and you know what I find interesting? All the Marvel fans seem to run around going to how much they hate it. Because it is based more in realism. Yes, it's got some funny points on there and everything, but it's based more in realism. It has a better flow to me. It reminds me more of the early Marvel movies, like Iron Man, like that first Thor movie, like that first Captain America movie. Like that's what it reminds me of before it just got so out of hand. And look, I get it. Please, you don't have to come at me. You don't have to tell me how where it's going. And all that stuff, but I'm just telling you from my perspective, I don't care about Eternals. I don't care about that. I don't care about the 10 rings. I'm just not interested. I don't care. Like I'm looking forward to Fantastic Four, right? I'm looking forward to Fantastic Four.
That's going to be hype.
I'm going to watch this next Spider-Man movie, but I'll be honest with you, I was let down by the last Spider-Man movie. I didn't like what they did with Mysterio. I didn't like how they played that off. It wasn't really Mysterio. He was drone guy. And that wasn't my thing. I'll be honest with you, at the end of the movie, when they made it where Spider-Man is now the villain, he's going to be sought out. Honestly, I felt a tension rise up within me because I'm thinking to myself, now I got to go to the next Spider-Man movie where Spider-Man is on the lam and he can't just be a hero. that's gonna like increase my tension just watching that movie. I feel, but hey, look, I'm open.
But they resolved that, right?
I'm open to be wrong, right? I'm open to be wrong, right? I didn't think I was gonna like Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's one of my favorite Marvel movies now. But I'm just saying, like, I really don't care about Eternals. I really love Loki. I love Loki.
Fantastic.
I liked Captain America and Winter Soldier and Falcon and Winter Soldier. I really liked WandaVision. I felt like as WandaVision went on, the last couple episodes were really weak compared with some of the other stuff. The setup, I didn't feel that the payoff was as good. But those are just all my opinions, right? But the thing is I'm looking forward to Fantastic Four. I hope that we get a good Fantastic Four movie that really knocks it out of the park. And then also, I'm interested to see what they do with X-Men one day. But these other things, like, I'm just not, and I feel Cherie's pain here is I feel like ever since Avengers 2, we've kind of gotten the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just like here's a little bit of story that moves forward and a lot of just like kind of fluff stuff that just sets up for the next movie, because you got to see the next movie because we're getting to Endgame. Now, folks, is where you're going to see if they can really nail this, right? Because now they did their first half. They did that whole thing, not half, but you know what I'm saying, moving up to Endgame, right? Now they've graduated from Endgame. They're getting away from some of those core characters. They're getting away from some of that familiarity. They're going to be moving away from that, introducing new people, and it's lesser known properties. So they really got to nail that. They may do it. They may absolutely do it. But this idea that Kevin Feige just does no wrong and that, like, he's just, I'm sorry, but there are a lot of MCU movies that MCU fans, being honest, admit are not good. There have not been, it has not been a clean slate all the way through where every movie's, they've done it. Look, you know where they've done it? They've gotten hits where they needed to get hits, right? The whole game hasn't been just like home run after home run after home run, but they've gotten some base hits. They took a couple of walks. Sure, a couple of their big hitters struck out a couple of times, but you know what? They came back and they got a hit when it needed, when it was clutch. And that's what's kept them in the game. That's what's kept them looking good, because you still win championships that way.
Can I address the Todd Fair thing there?
And I just want to address one more thing, and then I'm going to step away for a second. So so you can address whatever you want to. I just want to address this question before it goes away on my screen here. Adam Burke asked me, Enosh, I have a question. If Zack Snyder revealed that he was going to do an MCU movie, what property would you want to see him do? I think he'd make a great Ghost Rider or Daredevil movie. Daredevil all day long. I think that is set up and prepared for Zack Snyder. Daredevil, because I love what Zack has done with Batman, and I just look at very similar, some similarities there, right? And I really think that Zack, if he was ever going to do an MCU movie, I don't think they'll let him anywhere near an MCU movie. If I'm being honest with you, just because his style, I don't think Disney will actually trust him with it unless there's some real changes at Disney. I just have this fear that we're just going to keep seeing more and more of the same thing without any real, pushing the envelope, right? Yeah. But how would he ruin Daredevil? How do you ruin Daredevil? It's literally it's meant to be a dark, gritty, like lived in world where people die, people are hurt. It's a dark world. I don't understand how you don't think that would be but hey, everybody's got their own thing. And then also SimZim says it's all a continuation. It's all one set universe. All of the MCU has substance. That's not true though, man.
No,
whether you like the smaller characters, that's on you, but they work and have worked. Not everything has worked. There's whole movies that have fallen apart, man. Like seriously, there's whole movies that have fallen. They pretty much gave up on the Hulk. Like, yes, I know that they introduced, that they brought him back for Thor 3 and stuff. And then they brought, back Professor Hulk. But you got to admit, there's literally nothing in between. They gave up on it, and they're just like, well, hey, by the way, now he can talk. Okay, here, by the way, now he's Professor Hulk. I don't have a problem with where they went. I have a problem that we absolutely see no progression whatsoever in the movies for Hulk. All we see is the end result. We don't see how he got there. You know, and so that's my, and to me, I mean, also, you know, they killed off Black Widow, which is one of the most interesting characters in there. You know, I like Guardians of the Galaxy 2, but Guardians of the Galaxy 2 has a lot of people, MCU fans,
it's the same as one.
Yeah, who are detractors of that movie. A lot of people.
I like that movie a lot.
I like Ragnarok. There's a lot of people who don't like Ragnarok. A lot of people don't like Thor 2, The Dark World.
I don't.
I don't like Iron Man 3. I have a soft spot for Iron Man 2 a little bit. I absolutely love Iron Man 1. I love Captain America 1. I love Captain America 2. I like Civil War, but I've already gone over my feelings about Civil War and just about how it just, you know, there's just a lot that happens, but not really a lot happens. You know what I mean? But that's all here or there. I'm not saying that the whole thing is going to fall apart and that nobody's going to care. I'm just saying
there's a lot of fluff.
This right now is their time. I'm not saying they're not going to do it. I'm just saying if they're going to do it, they have to do it now, right? This will be the true test because they're not going to be able to continue to rely on what came from the past because they're introducing a lot of new stuff. So,
and on that Todd Ferry thing where he says, I think the heads of WB and DC Comics should talk to Kevin Feige to learn from his genius to make comic movies work. No, they don't. And the reason why is because they don't have problem with people that can make movies. They have an executive organizational structure that is beyond even what Kevin Feige is for his own entire company. The people who make their movies are fine. Zack Snyder is fine. They have their movie makers are fine. It's the organizational structure outside of the movie making, as far as setting the table and making people care about your movies, and then judging on the success for movies. They don't have good business people in place right now. Their movie makers are fine. There are people who make their comic book movies, make good comic book movies. It's just that when you don't have the proper organizational structure, you don't know what success is. When you have idiots that say Batman versus Superman needed to make $1 billion in order to be a success, that's not a Kevin Feige issue or a Zack Snyder issue. That's an idiot executive issue. You know, in when you do things like not look at your own numbers, your internal numbers when you make decisions, that has nothing to do with the movie makers. That's organizational. So no, Kevin Feige, there's a lot that Kevin Feige has nothing to do with when it comes to DC or MCU that are beyond his pay grade, and that's where the problems lie for DC films.
But see, Sims here, like, they have him in their movies. They could do, you know.
They're not allowed to do.
They're not allowed to do. They're not allowed.
Yeah,
they're not allowed to do a solo Hulk movie.
Well, they
right?
can. They can. They just don't. Marvel doesn't get the money.
Yeah.
Marvel
Which is probably why they don't want to do it.
They would have. Well, here's the point, right? They wanted Spider-Man. They were willing to negotiate with Spider-Man and do what needed to be done to get Spider-Man done. I don't see them doing that with Hulk.
Yeah, well, it's a different deal. It's a different setup.
I know, but I don't even see them. I don't see any progression in the movies that they do have him in. Like, as far as how he got there, they don't even talk about it. Like, Professor Hulk literally just shows up, and like nobody questions nobody questions why is he wearing a cardigan and glasses now? Like, I get it. I understand the character. You're not talking to somebody who doesn't understand the character. I understand the character. I'm just saying, you got to tell me how in that universe he went from one movie not even being able to talk, angry and can't be held, and you know, it's like, hey, the sun's going down, buddy, and he's flying the Quinjet off. Next time we see him is in Ragnarok. He can talk and he's intelligent, but you know, he's still rough around the edges and everything with no explanation. And then we get to Endgame and he's like wearing a sweater and he looks like Mark Ruffalo. And he's like, look, you know, got his reading glasses on, like, you know what I mean? Like,
I have seen neither Infinity War nor Endgame, but am I correct?
Oh.
Endgame takes place 5 years after Infinity War, right?
Yeah, it takes place like in a few years in the future. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with Adam here. I don't think that Zack would want to play in their world. I don't think that Zack, because
He has shown it. He did say, and this I agree with him. He said if he did do a Marvel movie, he'd want to do a Hulk movie, and I would pay to see that. I would pay to. He would give me the Hulk movie. I think I would
see that too.
I think
Well,
Zack
now
Snyder would
we got a multiverse coming.
Hulk, Moon
we got
Knight,
an actual factual, properly functioning multiverse in Marvel. So who knows?
Because she said you want him to do Daredevil. Like in terms of character, and this is a little bit of a insult to Moon Knight, but Moon Knight is closer to Batman than Daredevil is, and Moon Knight is more of a darker character. So I think he could do that because of what he did with Ben Affleck's Batman. It'd be amazing.
I don't even think he needs to do a dark character. I think that Zack Snyder could pretty much direct any Marvel character you put in front of him. The problem is the reason why he wouldn't go there is because Kevin Feige and the way they do things, he has too much control for somebody at Zack Snyder's level to go to.
Yeah, that's why Zack Snyder,
you have all this going for you. Why would you give up any element of control to go work within a structure that is Marvel? And for whatever it is, love it or hate it, why you don't need that if you're Zack Snyder. You're Zack Snyder. I mean,
before this disappears, first of all, I just want to go on record to put Todd on record that he wants the Snyderverse to continue.
I want to say that comment. I'm like, I get that he did as well. It was just he just has a very different opinion from.
Yeah, I get it, and I fully understand. I fully understand the situation regarding the Hulk. Although I will say this, Simsims, in your addressing Mary, you kind of take back what you say here because you say they are doing something with Hulk, they just can't. Because they do not own the film rights. They own the rights when he's in their movies.
And somehow they're doing
they can literally do anything they want to while he's in their film. They could have literally they've had over 10 years worth of movies that literally they could have showed the Hulk evolving in.
Universal just begging them to do a movie. Universal would love for them
Kevin's
to do a
just
movie.
petty because of what happened with 2008. Like he had to deal with Norton. Kevin, I think in all honesty, Kevin Feige is a little bit of a control freak. I personally do because he didn't want to play ball with Norton. He didn't want to play ball with Universal. The only reason he's willing to play with ball with Sony is because of who Spider-Man is as a character. And he personally loves Spider-Man.
I think that's coming to an end.
Real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to you, William, for a second. Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Peter Rabbit's Defender. You are awesome, sir. I'm gonna let you eat a taco for that.
I think I'm going to eat a taco. I think I'm going to eat this taco.
Good to the last bite. Hey Nash, did Loki make Endgame more sense?
Nope,
not to me. No, and I like Loki, but to me it was a bunch of. It didn't do anything for me with Endgame as far as Endgame goes. I felt like it talked about things going forward, but to me, the one takeaway, if I had to take anything away for Endgame from the Loki series, was just basically they used it as an excuse to explain that whatever the Avengers do, it's okay.
Well, yeah, they were like, well, they were supposed to go back in time, and Cap was supposed to do this, and I'm like, okay,
and that's all they said. He was just supposed to do that. So everything that they did, they're excused. And I don't quite buy that. But it's that ending just makes Infinity War's ending into the basic level. Into the basic level. The end. So that ending just makes Infinity War's ending into the basic level. The ending to Loki or Endgame?
The ending to Loki makes Infinity War's ending into a more of a basic level kind of ending. P.S. What are the recently disappointing movies that you guys have seen? Rabbit's Defender includes John Wick 3 as an example of such film.
Oh wow, I like John Wick 3. You know what I didn't think was that great was Tenet.
That overhyped movie that what's his name?
Christopher Nolan.
Nolan bitched about to be in theaters during a pandemic, and when it didn't work out,
it cost
HBO Max
$50 million.
HBO Max was like, you know what? We have to put all of our movies out on our streaming service for free just to make up for your loss. And he's like, it's ruining cinema. You're the one that caused all this.
Yeah, Tenet disappointed me, and look, I know, and I take full responsibility for this. When I first saw Wonder Woman 84, I was really excited about it. I actually liked it. I had my issues with it, but I would defend a lot of it. The more I watch, it just doesn't age well to me. Well, I didn't think it was dreadful the first time I saw it. I thought it was fun. It was the things that I heard people complaining about were not the problems that I had with it. I was hearing things like, I don't like the colors. I don't like the way that the people are dressed. I don't like the hair. Well, then you don't like the 80s.
That wasn't even an 80s movie. That movie was like it betrayed the 80s.
Dude, that movie was the 80s.
What?
What
80s did you grow up in?
I grew up in the. Oh, dude, you are so wrong. I grew up in. Are you kidding me?
I was there, man. I was there with you.
I was there, dude. The mall was the place to be. Everything was.
Oh
bright
yeah, we were all hanging out at the mall. Oh yeah, okay. Come on, man. The problem
William, respectfully, and I'm going to turn it over to you because I gotta pee. Like I cannot hold it anymore. I drank this coffee and I gotta go pee. But here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now. I get it. Maybe that wasn't your experience, okay? But dude, a lot of people in the 80s, that's all we did was hang out at the mall. Arcades. I remember we hung out at the arcades. We went shopping. Like every time we went shopping, my grandma took me to the mall. Every time we just hung out with friends, we went to the mall. We'd have our parents drop us off at the mall. We'd sit around the fountain. We'd go in stores. We'd go in and out of places at the mall. We'd eat at the mall. We'd do things at the mall. Everybody was wearing people were wearing spandex. Guys were wearing those short little shorts. There were colors everywhere. Girls with crimped hair, girls with big hair. I have a thing for big hair still to this day because of that. Dude, you show, man, if Tiffany teases her hair and crimps it, I swear to God, you would not see me on this stream for a week.
Oh my goodness, did you really?
Yes, I'm telling you right now.
Oh my God,
I'm telling you right now. Enosh would throw down, and you would not see Enosh for a week if Tiffany decided to crimp her hair.
Please make sure the camera's off.
And McKay would throw up. Oh God.
I'm just saying. Bam!
Is Tiffany in the stream right now? She's probably going to go do her hair right now.
If she was, you know what she would say? You know what she would say?
Like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
Oh,
keep telling yourself that.
What have I? It always winds up.
Look, it's better than the arguments that you guys are having between you two. You know, arguing with Matt Jarbo and stuff like.
I'm gonna come on you like nobody's ever come on you before. Just you and I getting it on like two men should do.
Who's having those arguments?
I'm just saying. At least I'm like over here having a decent conversation. You're over here arguing, you know, with I don't know, Brock Lesnar.
You come in my face, I'm gonna fight you. For you, boy. I'm coming hard.
You just
I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
You just needed the excuse to go to every one of these damn drops.
Of course. Yep. Absolutely.
He's like, oh my God, just go be
Jake the Snake one now.
Stop it.
Yeah, I knew you'd want the Jake the Snake one. Okay.
You don't think I'm big enough, bro? And you grab a hold of me, and you'll know that I'm growing, my man. Within your hands, I will get as big as I need to be to do the job on you.
Oh, God. You're not gonna bust a nut anytime we're in the ring.
This man survived. This man was on the brink of death.
Right?
He's on the brink
I'm
of
happy
death.
to see him walking upright.
Oh, God!
Of all my wrestling heroes that have died early before
everybody's in here. You have to pee. All right. I'll be right back. All right, I'll bring William up here. You moderate, sir, and I'll be back.
How do I follow that? That was scary. But anyway, hey, the future's bright. The future's bright. We got a merger coming on. This Netflix deal, I think, opens up the door. Yeah, this Netflix deal opens the door for a lot of things. If you're a fan of Snyder, but in general, the only thing I really don't think is bright for is until you get there. I just don't think that this current company had any idea what they were going to do next. When they decided that, you know what, we want to go in a different direction of Zack Snyder, the very first thing that they came out on their own were Shazam and Birds of Prey. One of them made about $400 million, The other one was a bomb. So
And interestingly enough, one of those, in the case of Birds of Prey, is in the Snyderverse, and Zack has said so himself, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, it's like you want to exist in the same universe, but you want to take what you liked in it and move on, but you don't want to take the core of the thing. And like I said, they would have done themselves so much favors by just completing it. There should be no restore the Snyderverse. The hashtag should be complete the Snyderverse. If you complete it and bring it to its logical end, everybody will feel good about moving on. And even non-nerds, like the people that come to Point Extra Lounge and are on streams like that, we're hardcore. We're the 1%ers or 2%ers. But the general audience sees this. They may not know the details of everything, but they see when they see a Batman come out that they like and that they've paid money to see, and then they don't see him anymore. And then all of a sudden you got a new Batman. That's inconsistency. People, it's like I said before, why would I buy your new thing when you never finished selling me your old thing?
And that was the issue with, for example, when BVS was coming out, before they had cast Ben Affleck, was considering the fact that Christopher Nolan and Jonathan Nolan were exec producers on BVS and Man of Steel. Everybody thought, oh, well, we're probably going to wind up getting Christian Bale's Batman back, or JGL or whoever it would have been. And then it just wound up being obviously Affleck, which we're all very thankful for, I know. But like it's an example like that is a problem. It's obviously happened more than once with Spider-Man. Like I think that's really where you kind of get some mainstream confusion. It's a lot when you get into the more the nitty-gritty aspect, or like the multiverse and things like that. I think because if it's a Batman story that's fun, like you can, or good, I think people are probably more forgiving of it. Like they'll be willing to go see it as long as they think what they've seen so far is good. Like the Batman looks successful. Like it will be successful, and I hope it will be.
Yeah, but they're working in many ways. Everything that they've done works against a lot of the success the Batman could be. Once again, you're about to sell me a brand new Batman when you never finished with your old one. Even as a valid point. Yeah, even as a layman, somebody who's not a hardcore comic book guy, your subconscious is like, oh, you again? Oh, something new again? I mean, there's something to be said for starting and completing something. And I think they're always going to have these problems until they show that they can start and complete something. And that's been the DCEU and Hamada and these guys, that's been their legacy, is the inability to finish something to the point where somebody would trust them with more of their money. And that hurts films that could be excellent. I think that might hurt Suicide Squad. That might hurt Aquaman. That might hurt, and he's going blonde, but that's something else. But that I think The Batman is the movie that could harm the most, simply because, and why should I trust you? People have faith in Marvel's movie, even if some of them are bad. They've gained enough trust to where they'll take that leap. And DC hasn't really done that. And Batman's going to be in the Flashpoint. That's great. Who's not going to be in Flashpoint at this point?
Well, no. He's asking. Hold on. He's asking, and the answer to that, Lewis, is yes. But also, look, I want to because I just saw this comment about Simsim says. So this statement here though is kind of it's a misnomer a little bit, because
didn't they acquire in like 1979?
Yeah, like they've
1971.
They've literally had this thing for like 50 years, man. So
the original Superman films, the original Batman films, the Dark Knight trilogy.
That's all Warner Brothers. So it's not like they just acquired it. Like at one point, for the time frame that those movies were in, like Superman the movie, for example, right? But they still meddled. Even back then, they meddled, right? Like, because it had never been done with Superman the movie. That had never been done. That type of movie had never been made. Yeah, it was a huge financial risk. Superman 2, the Salkinds got into it with Richard Donner. There was that whole issue. The Salkinds were the producers. They actually had the rights to make the film.
And the Salkinds were right in that extreme, but that's different.
And that was a totally different situation than
1969. 1969 is when DC.
Well, that's it. Yeah, even more so, right? So it's not like they just got this or whatever. it's very easy to look back on and say, well, we should have had this, we should have had that by now. Look, here's the thing. You're right. We should have. But Warner Brothers has not trusted anybody. They started hiring people. If they didn't trust Zack Snyder to make the movie, but you notice we just read that article, and then I do want to move on because I got two little quick stories, and we're at 3 hours, so I got to go to work tomorrow. But I just want to say this: we read the article earlier about with Deborah Snyder, like with the little things that, she was jabbing at, you could tell she was jabbing at Warner Brothers, this and that, about the working relationship that they've got with Netflix, how they appreciated stuff. And also, did you notice that she mentioned, and we laughed about it a couple of times, right? That they're willing to stick with the plan, invest the money, and wait for the outcome, right? Yeah. Basically, right? Warner Brothers, that's been the problem. They hired Zack Snyder knowing what kind of filmmaker Zack Snyder was. They gave him the keys, and then they acted like, well, we don't really want to give you the keys. So they pulled back, and they meddled. So they gave him Man of Steel. He made Man of Steel, but it wasn't a $1 billion movie right out the gate, just like it was never going to be. This is a new iteration of Superman, just the same way Superman Returns made a whole lot less and was a whole lot less successful. And, it didn't even make money. But, the thing is that they didn't want to build it. Because by now Marvel was up and going, and they wanted to be Marvel. And so, you know what? By the time BVS came around, that's why BVS, the
theatrical cut.
The theatrical cut was messed with. Was just totally, the Ultimate Edition though has aged very well, and I know there's still people who hate it. And if you hate it, you hate it. I can't change that. But the reality is that people are warming up to Batman v Superman every day. I am actually seeing conversations about Batman v Superman that I never thought that I would see. Just a few short years ago, but people are warming up to it every day. But the thing is it was too late. Literally, when you release the movie in the same day, you go, oh, when the Blu-ray comes out, there's going to be a director's cut, 30 more minutes of it. Cause they knew that they screwed it up, and that wasn't Zack Snyder. That wasn't Zack Snyder's fault. That was the studio's fault. And then look what happened with Justice League. Justice League, a complete debacle. Yet Warner Brothers wants to point to Zack Snyder. That was never Zack Snyder's deal. And here we are, literally in 2021, still talking about it. You notice something? We're still talking about movies like Man of Steel and debating them hotly, right? Like hotly debating them. Some guys were in here from when I went on the stream with the Widow with Ashley, right? And I had a good time. Like, look, we got into a little bit of hot back and forth, with everybody.
I was on the stream once.
Yeah, with Paul and Nerdman, from Hot Takes Tuesdays, and Lunga and all that stuff, right? And so, look, I get it. And that was just Man of Steel. We didn't even get to Batman v Superman before we had full out gone at it. And then Batman v Superman, hotly debated, right? Justice League, way over the top, right? I mean, you start getting into these movies, but you notice something? All these movies we're still talking about. We're literally talking about debating these movies, picking these movies apart, looking through them considerably, fine-tooth combing these movies. That doesn't happen with a lot of these comic book movies. You don't see people going through some of these movies like that, So look, so this is all I'm gonna say about this is all I'm gonna say about the motion comic thing, okay? And I appreciate the $10 super chat, and so I am going to address this, but just know this. So the $10 super chat says, I truly believe Zack Snyder should come out with a statement after that motion comic thing and say, I am done with DC for now, maybe in a few years or so. That's that statement. It's not for you to say. It's not for me to say. If Zack Snyder wants to do something, he'll do it. If Zack Snyder doesn't feel that he needs to do it, then why would he do it? We live in this world, and I don't know what this is. Everybody acts like we have to answer everybody. Do you know how much crap I've taken in the last 2 weeks from people who they're mad at the motion comic and everything? I have nothing to do. I had nothing to do with the motion comic, and I had people blowing up my DMs trying to tell me you're stupid for doing the motion comic. What?
That's very strange.
It's weird. It's weird because I had friends who were involved in it. People were mad at me for the motion comic. Okay? People literally targeted me on so many things, and people were like, well, you need to answer this, you need to answer that. We act like everything is this confrontation that like we all just have to like go on and fight about this stuff. Here's what I said today on Twitter. People who have full lives don't chase after clout. They don't chase after something they already have. Zack Snyder has peace of mind now. Zack Snyder has risen above all this stuff. Zack Snyder suffered the worst possible loss that anyone could possibly suffer. He lost both a child and his film all within that same year. Don't tell Zack what to do. I'm not telling Zack to make a movie that he doesn't want to make. If Zack comes out and says he doesn't want to make a movie, I'm fine with that. As long as he keeps dropping hints that he wants to make the movie, I support that too. But if Zack said tomorrow, I don't want to do it anymore, and I'm going to go make this other stuff, I'm going to follow him over to Netflix. I'm going to watch everything that he does because I love his movie making. I'm into that. Okay, that's a cool thing to me. But this idea of people getting all upset over this motion comic thing, I already said this. I said this on Jarbo's. There were people over it, and I'm just going to be blunt with this. So I'm sorry if you haven't heard me talk this way before, but I'm just going to be absolutely blunt with you because I wasn't going to go on Jarbo's stream the other night. And when this whole thing went down, somebody, am I still on? Okay. It got quiet. Yeah. So it just got really quiet. So when the whole motion comic thing was going down, I disagreed with people doing all these streams on it. I disagree with people doing all this talk on it. I get it. It's news. It's whatever. But all these people doing these streams have been friends with, at some point, the people who were involved in this stuff. Okay? And here's the thing. The people who were involved were trying to do something good. Now, I can't speak for every one of them. I don't know everyone's motivations. And I don't know what tore the whole thing down. And somebody said in that stream, I wonder what Enosh thinks of it. Nobody even knew I was watching. And somebody said, and they later apologized and said that they didn't mean it this way, but somebody said, well, I'm sure Enosh would be bitching and complaining about it, that it's somehow Warner Brothers' fault. And so I came in and I said, you know what? I got nothing to say about this. I got nothing to say about the motion comic. Because you know what? I'm not even a fan of motion comics. Y'all know Dawson's my friend. I do a Sunday show every. I had people trying to tell me that I should distance myself from Dawson over this stupid motion comic. Okay? I'm not going to distance myself from my friends over something dumb like this. The thing is I know, I can't speak for everyone, but I know for a fact that a lot of these people went into this with a pure heart, hoping to make something that would encourage fans, that would give fans something to just watch, to enjoy, that was associated with this, that would raise funds for AFSP and do a good job for everybody. I can't speak to whether it was mismanaged. No one can, because you know what? All the people making these videos, they weren't a part of it. They weren't a part of it. Okay. Do I think some stuff is really weird? Yes, I do. But do I have personal knowledge? No, which goes back to my whole point of when you hear me talk about something, it's usually because I know what I'm talking about, because I'm not just going to talk about something I don't know what I'm talking about. And with that whole thing, I don't know who was doing what, why they were doing, what their motivation was. Oh yeah, it was Adam. Yeah, and I wasn't mad at Adam because like we had that thing, but he pointed out this very thing. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up because I was trying to remember what exactly it was you said. But he said he knows that I'm passionate about the Snyderverse, and I am. I'm very passionate about the Snyderverse. But the thing is that like when it comes to the motion comic, I even told Dawson, Dawson, I'm not even into motion comics. I'm not even into them. I would have watched it. Right? I would have supported it because my friends were part of it. They were voicing characters. They were doing stuff. I would have absolutely watched it. And that would have been it for me. I would have just watched it and been done because I like reading comics. I like doing that. I still think, I do agree with Matt Jarbo. I still think that, you know what? I still think that they should just go ahead and do an audio thing.
Much as I think they should, I will comment because I watched Zeverfet stream the other night. Zeverfet has said, with respect to the audio, a couple of the people who left the project, it wasn't disclosed who. A couple of the people who left the project had said that they don't even want their audio included if it was ever distributed as such.
And that's fine.
So,
and if that's the case, you know what?
It would either be a recast, and Zeverfet then said, well, because of all the stuff that's happened and all it was more effort than it's worth, so it's not going to be coming out as an audio drama.
Yeah, and that's fine too. And look, and I know some of those people. Okay? I know some of those people. I'm friends with some of those people who have said those things. Okay? My thing is do I see the benefit of it? Do I see the value in what they were trying to do? Yes. Here's my problem is before there were any issues with artwork, before there were any issues with who was involved and what was going on, there were already people just hating on it just to hate it. So the thing is that, you know what? It's too bad. It's too bad that it happened the way that it did. But I would just encourage you all, let it go. Don't harp on these people. Do not pile on these people. I don't think that that's the right thing to do. These people are friends, and here's the thing. People can think whatever they want to about anybody. I don't have any personal knowledge of that, so I can't speak to what somebody did because I just don't know. Right? I don't know until somebody calls me up, until one of my friends calls me up and says, Enosh, this is what the management of this thing did. You know, I think some people I think some of the people who initiated the whole idea and then passed it off to others to manage, I think those people had good intentions. I think they really wanted to do something nice. And I think that people like Nicotina, I think people like Ryan Zeverfet, I think people like Dawson, I think of people like Meg who was involved, Liz Wonder. Don't. Those are good people. And there is a segment of this fandom. We talked about it earlier. There is a segment of this fandom that would love nothing more than to criticize all those people. Maybe somebody who was leading that thing made some mistakes. They even said so in the word, you know, the release that came out, right? I don't know. I don't know. But you know, I would just say don't harp on those people. You know, if I even told Matt, I know that Matt Jarbo has, you know, issues with Matt Miranda, right? Here's the thing. I'm not involved in that. You know, I try to see the best in everybody. I've gone on a lot of people's streams. I've been on a lot of people's things. I've talked to a lot of people. I've had good conversations with a lot of people. I don't believe everything that I hear. Right? People ask me, well, why don't you talk about scoops, Enosh? Because I'm not going to put my name out for scoops. Because you know what? When they don't happen, guess what? People come back at you, right? And I'm not doing that, right? And so the thing is, I've had conversations with people in the past about that. You know, and I swear to God, if I never hear the word clout chasing again, those two words, it will be too soon. Because I freaking want to put my head through a wall with everybody who thinks that YouTube is real life, that thinks that this is the epitome of everybody who's on YouTube, that I live in this room, that Dawson lives in his office, Ryan lives in his, Andre lives in his. This is all we see, and this is all who we are. If you want my real opinion about it, go check out my Twitter from today, and you'll see my life is very full. And you know what? We need to start treating people like human beings. Yes, it's very easy to pick people apart, and there are people who, you know what, deserve scrutiny. Be the first one to admit that. If somebody does something wrong, if somebody screws people over, if somebody does something unethical, yes, absolutely. But know your facts first. And that's all I'm saying. And if you don't have those facts, it's all speculation at this point. And so that's why I'm not. You're not gonna get a headline from me about the motion comic, and I'm done with I'm done with that topic because.
And I'm gonna add one quick addendum to you, because I had mentioned this in private on with somebody else.
You're good. You're good, Adam. Adam, I want to make sure that you know. Like, I wasn't upset at you for saying that. I want you to understand. I was not upset, but I appreciate the apology. I do appreciate the apology. I really do. But I'm not mad at you, man.
Yeah. And my addendum to this is, I said in private with Austin earlier today when he was streaming in the back room after the show was over. I said, unless someone else, preferably the host, but unless someone else on the panel that I'm on, if I'm ever on a stream, unless they mention it, I'm not speaking about it again. It's been just as a fan observing it and watching everything that's been going on, it has been exhausting. And I'm saying this as a guy who was hyped for the comic, and I'm saying this as a guy who is friendly with several people who were involved. It's been, and I'm saying that as a guy outside, not even people who are inside. I'd imagine it's even worse. And so that's why I said, pretty much, unless the host or a panelist discusses this, I'm not going to talk about it anymore, or really at all.
Sim here says, Enosh, why don't you just make a video directly to WB saying that you are going to make a petition about restarting the DCEU? If Zack Snyder has moved on, then gather as much support on relaunch people want. Because petitions don't do anything.
Yeah, they don't.
And you don't need them. You don't need them. Whoever has the ability to look at these numbers already knows.
Yeah,
knows. Zaslav knows. Netflix knows. HBO Max knows. Casey Boys knows.
They're not reporting the numbers, but we know they know them.
Yeah, they have them. They have those numbers.
Yeah.
Some people are going to make a lot of money over the next couple of years because of those numbers. All right. So you don't need to put the petitions and hashtag. They're great. That's fine. Love hashtags. But like I say, David Zaslav is not sitting in front of his laptop looking at petitions. He's looking at numbers. He's probably looking at some stuff that people don't even realize. He's looking at Aquaman cartoons and stuff like that because he knows that's associated content. He's tracing all this back. But the guy's running a big company. But even still, I just sit back and wait. It's going to be a 2-year wait, I think. 2 year or less. But like I said, you'll start hearing rumblings of it. Yeah. You'll start hearing rumblings of it as a transition happens. Yeah.
Look, and I will address two things. One is Matt Jarbo. A lot of people throw this up to me all the time. They're like, I can't believe you stream with Matt Jarbo, that you're friends with Matt Jarbo. Even people that I'm friends with still, they get mad at Jarbo, and I disagreed with the way that Matt necessarily came in on it. Now, we kind of talked about it during the stream, and I felt like the whole thing kind of simmered down. But I felt it was a little hot, right? Because I think the thumbnail for it even was like a ship burning and going down, and it's like I told him, I said, listen, I know that you don't like Matt Miranda, I get it, but there's more people involved than just Matt. There's people who are hurting over this. These people are our friends. These people, are people that don't need to be harped on. And I feel that Matt listened. And look, Matt's talked about it. He's made mistakes in his past, but he's owned up to him. He's trying to move on. And I will give anybody the benefit of the doubt. Now, when it comes to Matt from Lightcast, I'll just say, I don't know what happened. I don't know what Matt did, what Matt didn't. I don't know what Matt was aware of, what Matt wasn't aware of. I don't know. From the outside, it absolutely looks like that he made some mistakes, and he probably didn't handle them the right way, And I feel that maybe, there would have always been people who would have hated him no matter what he did, right?
And my one comment on this, with respect to that, is I will say again, as an outside observer, is for full transparency, I have been on Lightcast on a panel once or twice, a call-in panel. I can't remember exactly which one, because of an action that was done. And the reason I say the action I'm talking about is the fact that my issue with all this was the fact that I can understand Matt Miranda with especially what happened. I don't condone it, but I can understand why he deleted his personal Twitter account. But his decision to also delete Lightcast's Twitter account and to either delete, unlist, or privatize, I don't know what happened. The entire video library for Lightcast, I think, was an incorrect decision. It makes it seem like he was not just he wasn't just kind of stepping away to regather and to regroup his own thoughts and to kind of take his time away and recenter. it seems like he's running away from a problem that he wound up creating, didn't have a proper solution for it, and left everyone underneath him on the sort of the hierarchical food chain pick up the pieces, right down to the voice actors, right up to guys like Andre and Ryan.
And you know what? And I can't disagree with that, TW. Because that's what it absolutely looks like on the outside. I don't understand deleting all your stuff and walking away not saying anything. That's not something that I would have done, you know. But that's why we're different people too, you know.
Anybody who's ever going to do a project like this, no matter what it is, if it's going to be big, the very first person you should hire, if you don't already have a lawyer or retainer, but the number 2 person is a PAO, a public affairs officer. Somebody who can. Here's the thing: these mistakes that are made, people think that it's just one off because it happens here in this particular community. Guess what? There are lawyers who have built practices based on figuring these things out. It happens every day. There's oversights. There's people that are inspired by things and they do things and the inspiration up to the point where it's exactly up. There's a lot of things that can happen, but when they do happen, you say, hey. The impression of this, we don't want the impressionists to overwhelm the good cause that we're doing, so we're going to take a different course. I personally was sad to see it go away, simply because if the cause was strong enough to be there, then you can re-engineer and do things. And the people that were going to hate on it anyway, you weren't going to bring them aboard anyway. But the people who did want to contribute to it, who would have contributed to the SSP, who would have enjoyed it, who would have enjoyed the conversation, I think those people kind of got left out in the cold, because there wasn't a PAO or somebody that could say, you know what, you're right, this was bad, this looks bad. So instead of this, we're going to disassociate it over. We're going to start over. We got an artist on board already. And then as you make that statement, guess what? You have some sample art of that person saying, this is the direction we're going through. Give us a little bit more time. We'll be back on track. You know what? Companies do this every day.
But you know what, William, I think the problem with something like this is and I love people who try to do this, but anybody knows that anything successful is not just run where everybody has just this fair shake and everybody has input to it, because nobody's ever going to agree, right? And so they wanted to, I think, do a thing where it was like, well, everybody has this same input and everybody's doing some artwork, and I think it was a noble thing to try to do. But the reality is there should have been like one artist, right? There should have been one artist or 2 artists. Like there should have been better quality control on it to be able to keep it all together. And you know what? And before you even put out a teaser or anything like that, don't get ahead of yourself. You know what I mean? Like make sure that what you're putting out is going to be okay. And then look, there's also that other side of people who just didn't want them to do it because of who it was. They didn't want them to be successful. And I can't blame those people completely. I'm not going to sit here and go, it was just the toxic fans that ruined this, because it wasn't. But there's that segment as well, of that there were people who just never wanted to see this succeed.
They were cynics.
Yeah, like that's in anything. Like if you mention you're going to do something, there's going to be always somebody who goes, oh, you can't do that, right? Or I don't want you to do that, or whatever, and want you to, it wants to show you up. That's the way life is sometimes, and it's unfortunate.
I had said this in a discussion earlier today, was the one reason why there's toxicity in every fandom, and it's not justifying it, but the reason why, in my opinion, why I believe there's toxicity in every fandom is, apart from, and even though sadly this is beginning to include the Snyderverse fandom, is the fact that what unites us all in each of these individual fandoms is not our common values. It is a common interest of one thing. And when you have every human being, from the best person to the worst person on God's green earth, talking about this one thing, everyone's going to act differently, and some are going to act very, very poorly. And that's why I think this exists. Not to justify it, but I'm just trying to rationalize why it exists in each individual fandom. Good morning, Dawson.
Hey, there's Dawson.
Hello, Frozen Enosh.
Am I frozen? Did I freeze? I didn't see.
I can't speak to the stream on YouTube, but I can say, as a guy in StreamYard, I have seen your face not move for the last, since you came back from your visit to the restroom.
Kind of the same with me.
Well, I haven't moved much. I'll tell you that.
No, I mean like your face is like literally you just talking there. I did not see your face move. It is frozen.
Well, so I am frozen, but you can hear me.
Oh, absolutely, crystal clear.
Well, let me see if I'm.
You know,
go to audio avatar mode quick.
I just wanted to say this, TW.
Yeah.
Like
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Can you see me?
Yes. Oh yeah. Now you're like now you're smooth as butter.
I'm smooth as butter. Okay.
Stuff not mine, but again, that's a StreamYard issue. But what were you saying, JP?
Okay. I was just gonna say that like when I first started my podcast, the first thing I wanted to talk about was toxic fandoms, and I mentioned multiple times I wanted to bring it back up as a roundtable discussion. And man, I really want to bring some of y'all, some if not all of y'all, on this, depending on how many people StreamYard will allow in one session.
And if you are and if you are interested to kind of see some of at least Enosh's thoughts and my thoughts on it, and a couple other people who have been on this evening, the Poindexter Lounge back towards the earlier days, I think it was back towards when the Snyder Cut was coming out, had discussed toxic fandom. It might have been more in relation to Star Wars, but there was a bunch of people on there. Like I said, it was myself, Enosh was there, obviously. Brian, I think, was there. Justin Proper had come in for a bit. It was the first time I think he was ever given the link. It was a really interesting discussion. It lasted for a couple hours, and you had obviously Enosh breaking out because it was the discussion of the joke about him being the leader of the Snyder cult. He broke out the Ultimate Warrior mask and all that stuff. And the wig. Oh my goodness, I was speechless. Like you can hear me. I was like, I can't. But honestly, I do believe there was a genuinely substantive discussion. It is a long stream, as the lounge tends to go. But if you ever do have I think you might have been in chat.
You say 6 hours?
No, I was there and I had nothing to offer. I remember that.
No, this was like there was one point where I know I was there, and there was definitely some where I think you and I both had kind of. I had a bit towards the beginning, but I'd kind of said my piece and let everyone else speak.
I was like a deer in headlights.
I don't think it was 6 hours. It might have been closer to 4. Not to just to.
Oh,
so if you ever have a spare, weekend.
I think that one was 6 hours, man. I think we broke a record that night.
So to sum up, to sum up that this whole idea. One, I know Jarbo is still telling people it's over for like the 80th time he's streaming with a.
You see his thumbnail?
I haven't seen his thumbnail, but I'm sure it's something funny.
Yeah,
And look, and Matt and I laugh about this, and I've told Matt, like I've been on Matt's streams, and like, look, you know what? Just as sure as Matt tells everybody that he's not going to talk about movies anymore, and then the next week he's talking about movies.
The next night.
The next night. Yeah, sometimes, right? The same thing. Like every day, he's got a new reason why the Snyderverse is dead. Every day, it doesn't really matter because it's all.
I'm having a Jarbo Wrongometer actually built.
It's all speculation at this point. So let me put that one to rest. And then also, like I said, with this motion comic thing, like I said, there are good people who are a part of this thing. We may never know all the ins and outs of it. I don't think that it's healthy for everybody to be going around trying to figure out who is at fault for this or that. And look, y'all might have your opinions, and some of them may be based on a lot of fact of different things that you see in people, right? And have seen in people over time. But let me just tell you, a lot of good people worked on that. Please don't harp on that. Please don't take it out on people who were trying to do something just good for the community. We need people embracing people in this community instead of chasing them away. Instead of taking things out on them or being mad at them or whatever, or misconstruing things that they've said. I've had to deal with this last week. You guys haven't seen a lot of me this last week. And you know why? It's because literally every night I would start to do a stream and I'd just be like,
because you're thinking to yourself, someone's going to wind up bringing it up, right?
Yeah. I don't like, I have just like over and over again, whether it was the motion comic, like I said, people, messing with my DMs to, people literally giving me a hard time about 5 months ago about the stupid leader of the Snyder Cut movement thing. Just dumb stuff. People trying to say that I said that I was the leader, that I started it, that I'm in charge of the Snyder Cut movement. Things that literally would be the dumbest thing that someone could say when a 2-second Google search could prove it wrong. I've never said that. I've never done that. But that's what we're dealing with some of these people. And they're just angry and they're just mad. And some of them are jealous. Some of them want more than they have. And some of them are just followers. Let's just be honest with you, you know? And so the thing is, at the end of the day, the Snyderverse, I should say, whether you believe it or not, whether I believe it or not, the outcome is still going to happen. You know, can we just put it at that? If Zack decides to do it and the regime changes over at WB and they say, yeah, let's do it. You know what? It happened with the Snyder Cut. Let's do it with the Snyderverse. Let's complete this story. Then all those people who said no, it is what it is. It's not going to kill me to hold out hope and to look at the positives and look at the ways that it can happen. Believe what you want to believe, but like I said, when it happens, you're more than welcome to come celebrate with us. So
and then I'm going to quickly just to kind of reiterate just quickly again for everyone that's here now, like I said earlier in this discussion, if a panelist or the host discusses the motion comic, I will talk about it and my opinions on it. If not, I'm done. I'm not going to. And you know, I'd said that, and also to kind of to comment on something that Chupi Malik had said earlier, you know, with respect to Jarbo about the Snyderverse, is he has said, as I said earlier, and you know, Ty was on there earlier as well on his stream. We all agree we would be impossibly happy to be wrong, that it's not, you know, because we don't think it's really going to happen. But if it happens, we will be absolutely elated, and I can't wait to come celebrate with you guys and pop the ginger ale. I don't drink champagne, so I'll pop some Canada Dry, the champagne.
There you go.
The fizzy grape.
That's the good stuff, man. Canada Dry is good. Look, you know, and I'm going to sum this up while we go to this topic here and get ready to kind of bring stuff here into it. But Dawson, who was part of this, who I believe was trying to do a good thing, was part of a good thing. And was trying to do something that was going to be fun. It was going to be something for the fans. Says, regardless of what people thought of the motion comic, the toxic side of the Snyder Cut movement reared its ugly head this past week. I love the community and people in it, but that's still true.
Yep.
You know, look, there, like I said, there were people before any of that other stuff came out. There were already people who were hating on it. There's just you can never please everybody. You know, that's why you just got to, whatever you're going to do, just make sure you're passionate about it, and you know, and you don't have
make
to
the story you want to make. Just don't listen. Like, you can take the criticism, but
learn to be able to take the criticism.
Yeah,
you know, and own up to it. Here's the thing. Somebody said earlier, and I think I maybe lost the comment. I can't remember who said it.
Okay, and then I want to quickly, while you're looking at, I just want to quickly respond to Anthony Grigsby. It does have to be said that in one of Jarbo's recent streams, he threw Dawson under the bus, and RJ was defending Dawson because of his talent as an artist. I will say this to address that comment directly. What had happened was he was referring to the Captain Cold piece that Dawson had tweeted out. Dawson and I talked about this in the back room on his stream, and so I addressed it on 30 Buck Theater. Dawson did not create that piece. That was basically created by the artist, one of the artists who was under the sort of the allegations, given to Lightcast, and then Lightcast gave various pieces of art to all the creatives, and Dawson got the Captain Gold piece. So, and I mentioned that, and Jarbo did bring it up, and so he was willing to take to correct himself on that front. And I hope, if Dawson, you're still in the stream, I hope that what I've just described is correct. And that's it.
Yeah. So this is the last thing I'll say about it. Everyone makes mistakes. It's what we do now.
Not a problem, Anthony.
This shapes our character. No one is whiter than white. Everyone at some point has effed up, and that's true. Take the criticism. Don't take it to heart. Own up to your mistakes. You know what? And you're not gonna convince everybody, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Trust me. He says
Thank you, Dawson.
You are correct.
Thank you, Dawson.
So there you go. I love Dawson. So if you think DMing me and telling if you think DMing me telling me that I need to disavow Dawson because of this thing, like, y'all need to disavow yourselves because that ain't happening. That ain't happening. I'm not disavowing any of those guys, even guys that I've had falling outs with over the last, few months and, maybe haven't been, heavily involved with. Like, I still love those people, and I still stand up for them because I know their hearts, and that's the thing. So that's yeah. That's
I just wanted to say
I know
I've
I'm a white guy. I'm the whiter than white guy. I know.
You're Larry Bird, of course you're that way.
I know.
I just want to say I've never met Dawson personally, but like I saw that he's leaving Twitter, and I absolutely, Dawson, you do you, bro. If you gotta hop off of Twitter, what was I going to say? Self-help. Take care of yourself before anything else. Like, just Twitter right now is not a fun place for Snyderverse. So I understand. I support it.
Yeah. So there's that. I didn't even mean to even talk about, like I said, that about that. Enosh is one of the greenish guys I know. It's not easy being green. I don't know. Gavin.
Just tell the Jolly Giant.
But hey, you know what? So we have
from a bit of DC news to another bit.
We've so 15 minutes after Zack released all the great news about where he was going and what he was doing. Guess what? Here comes Warner Brothers and says, "Hey, but we got a new Batgirl."
Cool.
We got stuff going on too, guys. Remember us, Warner Brothers.
You know what? I wish they'd put this much energy into making people, get anticipated about their move instead of dropping stuff like this. There's ways you can drop news like this that could get me interested and excited about this movie. It's not doing it in response to anything is just dumb.
Yep.
So there you go.
In the Heights star, Leslie Grace has officially been cast in the role of Barbara Gordon in the upcoming Batgirl movie for HBO Max. Grace beat out several contenders, including Haley Lou Richardson, Isabella Merced, and Zoe Deutsch to secure the role. I know what? Zoe Deutsch.
Leah Thompson.
Is that who that is? Oh, yeah,
yes.
yeah, okay. The story will center on Barbara, Commissioner James Gordon's daughter, who becomes the Gotham City crime-fighting Batgirl. Bad Boys for Life Helmers, Adil El Arbib, and Bilal Palal will direct the feature based on a script by Christina Hodson. The project will mark the first DC film adaptation to directly premiere on HBO Max.
Birds of Prey, Christina Hodson?
Oh, God.
Birds of Prey, and she's also writing the Flash script.
You know what? You had me until that.
The comments are, please don't make the show like CW's Batwoman. It's like CW's Batwoman, then I'll move to another country or okay, whatever.
That's a little bit over.
That's
you do you, bro.
I'll move to another country. I'm like, well, then move to a country that doesn't have HBO Max.
Yeah, like I don't get
like
it.
Canada.
So this will be totally different. It will not coincide with Reeves' movie or anything else.
That's what I thought it was going to do as well. Because
well, hang on. Who said no? Because like the guy, someone responded no, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, it's a completely different film. Yeah. So Sid Fargus, does this coincide? Another person who's responding. It was not the author, and also so. You can always double check because this is from a different website. It was sourced cited by Variety. Variety was the breaker of the story, so you can go check it out there.
Okay. Yeah, like look, I mean, either way for me, I don't know. I guess I mean, I don't know that I'm really excited for this.
I'm not in the least, but when it comes out, I'll get excited about it. But right now, as with any DC project, as it gets closer and closer, I'll be like, hey, that's going to come around. Huh? Does that pop up on my calendar? Wow, that time flew by. But as far as anticipation and everything goes, I got to see a little bit. I got to know a little bit more about it. What's the story going to be like? Yeah. Is it connected to Reeves' Batman? And is Reeves' Batman going to be good? I mean, good. I haven't seen. It's like Peacemaker. I don't know what to think about Peacemaker until I actually see him on the screen. Yet I already got a TV series coming about him. Here we have two things coming that may be derived from this movie. and we haven't even seen the movie yet. So,
well, Dawson brings up a good point. He says, I said this on my stream, but honestly, I think it's more likely that this Barbara Gordon will connect to the Batman's Jim Gordon due to the fact that it's on HBO Max and the fact that it's going on HBO Max around the similar time as the GCPD show, which is a Batman tie-in. I mean, it could be.
I just need to see trailers or a script, like script notes or something like that, just to give me.
Yeah,
an
you're not going to
idea.
see that. You're not going to see the script, TW.
You know
They
what I
showing
mean.
you the script.
Hey, it's all right. I'm Mike Zero. I'll write my own script. Okay.
You will.
or at
You
least
will.
the premise. I don't know. Just
anything, right?
It just seems like more. Let's throw it against the wall and see if it sticks.
If it is connected, I think it'll be interesting because the only other, because if this does tie into the Batman, Bruce is still early in his career, so this would be kind of similar to the 2004 animated series they did, where Batgirl was actually his sidekick first, and then Robin came in later. That I like.
Great.
I love
that. I love that show.
That show is high key underrated.
Absolutely, and the stunt
not all
casting
people
on
saw
the
it.
stunt casting on that show was amazing.
Oh God, yeah.
Yep. So,
man,
I'll check it out when it comes out. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I tried Batwoman. I just could not do it. I'll be honest with you. Even this year, The Flash, I watched one episode. I don't know if you all saw the lightsaber duel today.
I saw a picture of that.
There's short time in it right there.
Lightsaber? Who's lightsaber duel from what?
I mean, just you don't want to know. Just shh.
Was it from Star Wars?
No, TW was from The Flash on the CW. I will just tell you this: it was a three-way fight between Godspeed, The Flash, and Reverse Flash, and it basically resembled the fight in the Phantom Menace. Yeah, Duel of the Fates. Because you had Flash and Reverse Flash. Flash had a yellow lightning lightsaber.
Bible man.
Right, yes. Absolutely. And then oh my gosh, you're gonna make me pull this thing up because I got
don't.
Well, I gotta hear your
So while you're pulling it up, then while you're quickly pulling it up, I'm gonna comment on Gavin Cooley saying I have sources. No, I'm not Doomcock. I'm Mike Zero. It's been described that I have sources, but no, I don't have sources.
Can I just pull up a picture? What the heck?
And then I think that's it. That was related to me.
I'm trying to find a good clear one of it because it's like there's like a bunch.
I'm gonna do that now.
It's all in such crazy motion that it just okay.
All I heard was she's not a redhead. Every time I saw things.
What is your icon, William? I can't see it. Your audio avatar image.
It's blocked off by Angie. No.
Oh, I can't see it. Enosh, can you go to the grid?
Oh, sure.
Oh, that's me at the awful Birds of Prey movie, surrounded by the people we bought with us. Yeah, we did a promo, and if you cosplayed as Harley Quinn, we got you in.
Oh, there it is.
What is going?
And Godspeed has two of them.
Bible man.
I will kind of lie. I can't lie. It does kind of look like Ray's lightsaber. I can't lie.
Oh,
which is not an insult. By the way.
I'm gonna do a watch party of that. That's gonna be great.
I got it on my DVR right now, and I haven't.
What was it? I saw a fan edit of something on. I was going through Instagram. I saw like a fan edit or something, and I saw these characters I've never seen before, and I'm like, they're holding what looks like a lightsaber handle, right? And I'm like, what is this? Like the costumes look cool. It turned out it was like Legacies, the show Legacies. If you guys have ever heard of it, I had remembered hearing about the show, and then I went and looked it up. I'm like, you know what it looked like? The best way to describe it. It looked like there was one scene because it was referencing Star Wars. There was a character that was like inspired by Darth Vader. I like to say this. It looked like someone asked a CW viewer to draw Darth Vader from memory, and then the CW made that into a costume. That's what it looked like.
Oh my god!
So there you go. I just don't know with the Flash this year. Like I said, I watched one episode of this season. I love the Flash. I've loved the Flash over the years. I've defended the Flash. I just
first 2 seasons were fantastic.
Man, I haven't liked season 3. I haven't liked season 3. Oh, that.
What happened to the
I liked
show?
the first half of season 3 until we found out who Avatar was, and then I was like, oh, really, Barry? Like,
Dawson!
I like Barry, but I'm like, Dada. But yeah, it was very, very strange.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to this show. I swear, it's just
Just liking to tease everybody a little bit, just tickling it a little bit.
Hey, no tickling, no teasing.
Anyway, so we got a new Batgirl. Look, I'll at this point, they keep changing everything. It might be good, it might not be good. But if it's anything, like, I hope that because it's on HBO Max, that it's going to be solid, right?
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yes.
but if they're just gonna just bring a bunch of politics into it and stuff like that, I'm gonna check out. I don't watch Batwoman. I just I left Supergirl.
I've seen no evidence to support the claims. So unless I'm proven wrong,
you're not gonna see me go all fandom menace on this. Be like, this is gonna be woke because it's about a woman. I'm not gonna say that.
Oh, it reminds me of a joke, and this is the last thing I'm going to say about the motion comic. This reminds me of a joke. I'd kind of said in the back room. I'd said if we assume for a moment everything went without a hitch, and this thing dropped, I had joked that the fandom menace, or people within the fandom menace who freak out about identity politics, would freak out about things being woke and forced diversity due to the fact that they hired a Latino Captain Cold because Andre was voicing Captain Cold.
Yeah,
that was my joke about what was going to happen, because I'm like, everybody will find something wrong with something. In that movement,
for sure. So
the comics better than half of the ones they push with Comicsgate, though. So I mean, it would have been better than half of those.
I agree, Dawson. When they did that musical episode, I was like,
I can't lie though, I did like the last
musical episode.
Yeah, I did the last song that they did, like where it's just Barry singing Iris. I can't lie, I like that song. Everything else was just like
Was
goofy.
the Music Meister involved?
The Music Meister was the villain for the crossover. So
I was kind of hoping that, because if Music Meister isn't there and there's musicals, what are you doing?
Music Meister is played by Darren Criss, who was in Glee with Grant Gustin.
It should be Neil Patrick Harris, and I will stand by that.
That was only a couple of years ago. Dawson, how old were you when that came out?
I was 5 when that came out. Okay.
Now, are you sure about that, or do you want to retract that? I mean, do you feel comfortable saying that, or like when did you know that was wrong?
I knew it as soon as it left my mouth.
Okay, all right. Well, what would you like to see on the Flash, Dawson?
It's like a lot of different tentacles and like massive stomach.
I'm waiting for the one.
Okay.
Where's tight-fitting action?
Well, I mean, if Padme were there right with you now as you're getting ready for work this morning,
here we go.
What would happen if Padme were there with you?
Padme can get all the tickles, all of them.
Dawson, you know what I think about that? Dawson is sexist!
That was the best. I was on that stream with Enosh. That was one of the funniest things I've ever been on, I have to say. It was amazing. Even I got clipped. It was quite nice.
What's up, Ken Kitts?
Yeah, but...
You're so full of crap, Ken Kitts. Oh, I love Dawson. Okay, so here's the last thing that I have.
Makes me happy.
Have you guys seen this trailer for The Witcher: Nightmare of the Wolf?
I have not. I have not watched anything related to The Witcher.
Well, we don't have to get into the specifics. All I will say is this looks really cool.
They got the person that played
Hold on just a second. Dawson, this is Dawson's comment. TW might have something to say about that.
Okay, keep telling yourself that, Dawson. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's virtual Dawson. We just have hey Dawson. Hey Dawson.
The dot was related to Peter Rabbit's Defender. Just comment beforehand.
Hey Dawson. Can we still be friends? Can we still be friends? Hey, why don't you give me one of these? All right.
Pound it.
There you go. There you go.
That's what I was waiting on.
I think that's what he wants to do.
You and me, buddy.
Peter Rabbit just said, "Oh God."
Wow.
GW, I saw what you were talking about. Oh no. I know. Oh no.
What?
No, it was the comment above the lengthy ellipses that were given.
I can't say that.
Nor can I.
I can't say
what. Say what?
No, remember like the ellipses comment that Dawson posted?
This one right here?
Yeah.
Is this the one you're talking about right here? Well, we have footage of that, right?
No.
Please don't.
No.
We have footage of it. It's right here.
Oh, brother. That could have gone so far south.
Well, it did. But Dawson's a trooper. He got right back up. He got right back up, and he went right to playing video games.
Playing with his Beat Saber, I guess. Yeah.
That's like you have. To
Where is he standing?
He's in my living room.
House.
He's at my house. He's like there. He's that step down goes into my my dining room.
Oh,
and my
okay.
kitchen.
He's already big. It looks like he's in like a miniature house.
Bye, Dawson. I'm sorry.
It's not a miniature house. The
I'm
dude's
so
just
sorry,
super
Dawson.
tall. The dude is super tall.
Like you need to be
I'm
more
6'1"
into
and he's
Saber. No, that's
Look
not
at
how
his
you
little
do
hat
it.
still on the ground.
It's like he's conducting some sort of invisible orchestra.
He's bringing in the airplanes.
You gotta put your whole body into it, man. Like,
Oh my goodness! This is
become one with the beat.
He's got that
I think
white
that was his
boy
problem
rhythm.
to begin with.
He's got that white boy rhythm. What are you gonna say? There you go. So composed by Dawson. Hey Dawson, you have a good day if you didn't leave already, man. We love you, buddy. This looks absolutely great. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Metaverse?
I was saying the person who's playing the main character, he voiced what were the I'm trying to think of the name of the character in Castlevania. It was one of the people that could reanimate the corpses. I'm trying to remember his name.
Well, what's the? Hang on, let me find. Who went out? We're all good. Everyone's here.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I got quiet.
Okay,
I think William's got a lot of background noise, so I think anytime he mutes himself, it gets really quiet, and it makes us all scared that we lost something.
Yeah, I know. I got real
it's Theo James played Hector. Theo James is the voice of the main character. He played Hector. I like him as an actor. I really enjoyed his performance as Hector, and I really enjoyed watching him in this trailer play Geralt's mentor.
Theo James. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
this guy. Oh, now
this
I know.
Guy.
No, it's the dude from the dude from the Divergent movies.
Yeah, he's in those two. I was pointing out something.
Oh, it is positive. It's cool. I want to see Castlevania. I've never seen it.
TW.
That's really cool that he was in. Yes.
As far as video game adaptations go, that is one of the best ones I have ever seen, and I love Castlevania as a game series. So they nailed it. They freaking nailed it.
So for those of you who aren't familiar with the story, before Geralt, there was his mentor Vesemir, a swashbuckling young witcher who escaped a life of poverty to slay monsters for coin. But when a strange new monster begins terrorizing a politically fraught kingdom, Vesemir finds himself on a frightening adventure that forces him to confront the demons of his past. The film's voice cast includes Theo James, Laura Pulver, Graham McTavish, and Mary McDonald. It joins the ongoing, main series, which premieres its second season. Which premieres second season in December, and a new live-action prequel miniseries titled Blood Origin. The Witcher Nightmare of the Wolf debuts on Netflix on August 23rd.
Yes, Mary McDonnell, for some of our viewers, might know her as President Laura Roslin on Battlestar Galactica.
I have never seen that show.
It's great. I've watched the first three. I should say I've watched the first 2 seasons. I've really enjoyed them. I just need to watch the last couple and the movies.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, Netflix has been killing it with the video game adaptations. They
Graham
have so many.
McTavish, like, my goodness.
Yeah, like they have. I'm trying to see if I can name as many as I can. They have the spinoff of Castlevania coming, and that's going to have another main protagonist from the games. They have the Witcher, they have Cuphead, they have Cyberpunk, they have Sonic. They're proving that video game adaptations can be done, just not as movies, more so as shows, because that format is better for the games, the gaming formula to be adapted better.
William has to bolt here, but thank you, William, for being on. We're gonna close up here as well. He's got to talk to somebody about his wrestling championship belt that he's getting made. But I do love this. Dawson wasn't quite gone. Just when you thought Dawson was gone, he wasn't quite gone yet, because Mary Wilcox told him he had no rhythm. Then Nerdy comes in and goes, "Hey, hold up! I'm a drummer."
Lars Ulrich.
Let's see. Survey says.
Yeah, I can.
Ooh, thank you, DC. Yeah, they also have Resident Evil.
Them's fighting words.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business. Look, I'm gonna need you to leave. I'm gonna need you to leave.
That's Splinter Cell and Far Cry, and no, my God. Yeah, Netflix is going to make me get a subscription just for all their video game shows, honestly.
Heck yeah, man. But yeah, so I think this is going to be cool. They're obviously all in with The Witcher. They're all in with Army of the Dead, and other things that Zack is doing, on top of that, property. So there's a lot to look forward to. Coming. There's a lot of TV coming out this year. I'll tell you what, for last year and all the fact that nothing came out,
we're getting a lot.
We're getting a lot. Yes.
Like, I'm loving Bad Batch. I'm excited for Visions, and
so
Visions is gonna be fire.
I still haven't seen the Visions thing. I still haven't even seen it.
Which one? Wait, hold on. Which one are you? TW, which one are you most excited for out of the Visions?
I think the one I'm probably the most excited for is either The Elder or The Ninth Jedi.
Okay. I'm excited about the one that's from the studio that made Kill la Kill, because their animation is insane.
That's Trigger, right?
I think that's Trigger.
Because they're doing The Elder, and they're also doing The Twins.
Yes, I am so ready, because Kill la Kill, despite what you want about it being as it is as an anime, but the fight scenes in that are insane.
Well, I love Trigger. So these are the same people who made Gurren Lagann.
Oh my God, yes.
It's all right, Dawson. You don't have to defend yourself.
There's nothing to defend.
I'm just saying, when I play Beat Saber, I'm in there. He's like, do I want to hit it? I just want to gently. The irony is that you have to go at it like that with reckless abandonment,
right? You just gotta go for it, man. You just gotta, But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But all right, that, folks, is all the news that is there. I did want to address this one comment on the way out here, and then we're going. Hey, Enosh, have you been seeing early Snake Eye reviews? So I have. I've seen some people say, "Hey, just check your mind at the door, and you'll love it."
Oh no.
Everyone that I've seen that's an actual G.I. Joe fan that actually has some roots in the lore, they've all said that it's horrible. I just read one before we came on tonight, and somebody said that literally it has absolutely nothing to do with Snake Eyes. Like absolutely nothing to do with Snake Eyes. That is not a Snake Eyes movie at all.
It's just a dumb action film.
It's just a dumb action film. It's just, and like some people have said it's a fun action film, but it has nothing to do with Snake Eyes. And then like, then there's some people who are just like, oh yes, they're praising it, but they're praising it. The stuff that I've seen, this is what concerns me, is the stuff that I see praising it is praising it for all the wrong reasons. They should not be praising this film just because it has an Asian star. As far as I'm concerned, like that's not the point of this film. The point of this film is a Snake Eyes versus Storm Shadow film, right? Like, so that shouldn't be the praise. Like, how does this stand as a G.I. Joe film? How does it stand as a Snake Eyes film? Like, isn't that how it should be judged? Like, I don't know, so like,
this is why I say what I say about what people want from representation. It's not representation they want.
I don't know. I try not to see people, who are, I try not to see all this stuff, like, and when I don't see it, I don't see it. Like I've come out many times against stuff that people try to tell me, oh, it's woke. No, it's not. Or they've tried to tell me, oh, there's, identity politics when there's no identity politics, or there's this, or there's that. And I'm just really concerned about the Snake Eyes movie. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, it comes out this week. I don't know that I'm going to go see it.
I'm actually, you know what? Because for a bit of context, I'm going to be on vacation coming up very soon, in the next couple days. I'm going to see it on Saturday. So if you are streaming Saturday night, I will be on the lounge to give you my thoughts.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was going to say, G.I. Joe is one of those.
I also say for full context, I am not super familiar with the lore. I watched a few episodes of the G.I. Joe show that 4Kids did back in 06, 07, and that's about it. So I can tell you, as a person who has next to nothing about G.I. Joe other than I know who Duke is, I know who Snake Eyes is, I know that Storm Shadow's his brother, like I know certain things about the world, but I don't have the knowledge that you do, for example, Enosh, and from that perspective, I can give you my opinion on the film.
Yeah. See, and here's the thing, Gavin, I completely understand. Because like, I'm not judging Harry Golding. Like Peter Rabbit's Defender here says, I want to be rooting for Henry Golding, but it seems like Snake Eyes is going to be a big misstep. And like, I don't know who this film's for then, like, I don't understand why, like G.I. Joe should be really easy to get right. So I don't know why. I mean, there's a whole fan base. You guys don't even know. I mean, there's such a fan base that is still to this day very, very active in that community. Oh, yeah. People are shelling out hundreds of dollars for the vintage stuff every day. The figures have gone up. Like, I swear to God, I am so glad that I got back in when I did. Like, for those of you who don't know, like, I am a huge G.I. Joe fan. Here's my Terradrome right here, just off camera. I got figures all over the place. Back here, if you guys haven't paid attention, I've got a USS flag. Whoops, now I messed that up. Okay. I got a USS flag in the background there. I mean, my G.I. Joe headquarters is right here. I'm a huge G.I. Joe fan. I have been my whole entire life. I'm looking at the amount of money that people are paying for G.I. Joes right now, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. It's insane.
And $45,000?
Well, no, I mean, but that flag complete, it's like one of those things you never thought you'd own. I never thought I'd own that thing. I mean, like, I literally got it from a guy who just wanted to get rid of it. He literally I got it for like $200.
Huh.
Yeah. Stuff that never happens. Okay. That's all I'm saying about that. But like I went back and I bought all this stuff that I had when I was a kid. And some of it I think is just like goodness coming back to me, because I had a lot of this stuff, most of the stuff when I was a kid, and it was still in perfect condition. And I sold it to a guy that I worked with back in the year 2000 when G.I. Joe was dead and nobody cared about G.I. Joe. And his son found the cartoon and they couldn't find any of the toys. And I sold him like vehicles and all kinds of stuff for $35. All the main characters, all the Snake Eyes figures that were out at that time, that like one of those Snake Eyes now goes for $100.
That's nice of you.
Yeah. Yeah. Tiffany, when she found out about it, she just put her hand on my leg and says, I'm so sorry, honey. Right. But I got back into it, and I got into it at the perfect time. It was like I bought low, right? It was like buying stock, I swear to God. And and then I saw this like
That's how it be.
Hashtag GI stonks, yeah.
well, you know what it's like? It's like buying Boba Fett. You know, like I got
Is that the one with Max on there?
What's this? No, that one is it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that one. But yeah, so it's like buying Boba Fett's. Like all of a sudden the Mandalorian comes along, and like all of a sudden everybody thinks that like their most beat up Boba Fett is worth something that it's not. But you know, I digress. But anyway, the thing is, the point is that there are people. Plus now they got these 6-inch GI Joes coming out, right? Like so they got the 7-inch GI Joes, right? Oh, I'm sorry, they got the 6-inch GI Joes, the GI Joe classifieds, right? So these are the new ones that I've been talking about that I'm really into and stuff. I've showed you all these GI Joes and stuff. Now here's the problem. Then Super 7 announces last week they're making a special limited. Were you guys on when I showed you guys the Silverhawks figures?
I was not, but I had someone talking about the whole silver. I think you were talking about Silverhawks on a different stream because
I showed everybody. And the thing is they decided to release. They're going to do 4 GI Joe figures. They're doing a whole reaction line as well. Now I did not order those because those are $18 a piece.
I know.
For just a little reaction figure, I can't. No, I'm sorry. I can't do it. But the big ones, like, and I held off because there's 4 of them. Okay, they don't come out till summer of 2022. So I'm trying to get some side jobs where maybe I can pay for them by then, because these 7-inch action figures, they look well, you know what? Here, I can show them to you actually, because I got them like I literally have this right here, and then we'll end the show this way. So this is literally everybody who complains about the classifieds complains that they don't look like the cartoon, right? That, you know, they look like the new updated versions. These are the versions that are coming out.
Oh, those are based on the classic.
Oh, yeah. So these look exactly like the cartoon.
Cobra! I can't do the voice.
Cobra! Yeah, I like Ray Park because it's too. So, but here's the thing. These are the 4. Look at Cobra Commander, for God's sake.
Yeah, he looks so cool.
I know.
Look at Snake Eyes from that original 5-part miniseries. And Duke there looks exactly like Duke, and that Battle Android Trooper, I swear to God, that Battle Android Trooper.
I want a Sergeant Slaughter one so bad.
I'm so used to. I'm just so. It's very strange because I'm so used to, because I did watch Sigma 6 when I was a kid. I'm so used to full on ninja Snake Eyes. Mm-hmm. So seeing this is kind of odd.
Yeah, they didn't do Ninja Snake Eyes until much later. I mean, you know, like Ninja Snake Eyes was much later. I mean, they did Commando Snake Eyes next, which is the classic look of Snake Eyes that like we got in
from
like
the cartoon.
Yeah. I mean, this is from the cartoon. This was the first iteration of Snake Eyes right here, because he was a commando, and then they did Commando Snake Eyes, which is more kind of what Snake Eyes looked like in the movies that we just had, right?
Okay.
And then they later did actual full on Ninja Snake Eyes. But so that's that. Look at these guys and all the stuff that they come with. I swear to God, accessories up the wazoo. Snake Eyes comes with.
Why does Cobra Commander come with 2 helmets?
Because one has the white on top here, and one does not.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, because facial expression is no different. So
where's his hood one?
Don't get me started, TW. You're gonna get me pissed off. Well, you're going to get me royally pissed off.
Are you miffed because they don't include the hood?
No, you're just going to get me royally pissed off because I need to do a video, like a pre-recorded video too, not one that I do live, because I need to have the option of being able to go back and say something again. Okay, because what came out this week was when these came out, somebody asked the guy at Hasbro and said, "Hey, well, is there any chance that we can ever get because none of these Cobra Commander figures that you guys have been released for the classifieds or for these or for anything, like, have the hooded Cobra Commander version?" And that's like the classic version of Cobra Commander that everybody knows and loves. It's, it's part of your childhood and stuff. They said, "We have no intention of ever releasing a hooded Cobra Commander."
Pourquoi?
You know why?
Porque.
Looks like a clan hood.
Oh, it doesn't look like one.
It is.
But they're trying to say that him having a hood at all might be culturally inappropriate, and might a blue hood with a cobra on it and 2 eye slits, literally just draped over his head. It does not come to a point. It doesn't. He's not wearing a Klan's outfit. He's not wearing anything like that. This is not something that's a black and white thing. Like black kids played with G.I. Joe. I swear to you.
And I'm agreeing with you with what I'm about to say. Because what's very strange is they're saying it's culturally inappropriate for you to have material like this, right?
Yep.
Take into consideration that in the arc of the Marvel comics that introduced Sam Wilson as Captain America, they did a version of the Serpent Society who were basically Klansmen.
Yeah.
Why is that? Because they're still villains.
Well, it's because it's a African American superhero getting the one up on them, and that's showing us that's showing the clans, and it's like what?
But they're still bad. You have a Superman comic in 2021 where he's beating the crap out of the Klan,
and that's based off of a audio that was done in like the 30s. I want to.
Yes, it is. I actually have listened to the original audio drama in parts, and I think that's very cool.
Look, Cobra Commander is the head of a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world. It's in the cartoon. Says that exactly. He is not a Klansman. He doesn't look like a Klansman when he puts on his hood. It's literally to air out his face.
Because that helmet gets hot.
I'm just saying, like,
it's a dark helmet.
When people say we live in a sensitive society, this is the type of crap they're talking about.
Well, and here's the thing: nobody complained. Nobody's actually complained about Cobra Commander.
Yeah, but they're assuming that people will complain, and that risk is too great. And it's just like, have a sack and just put it out. I can't with this.
This bothers me because it
irritates me now. Yeah.
This is like. Well, exactly right. So now is Green Arrow like? Is it anybody now who wears like a hoodie or a hood or anything?
I would say Green Arrow's a bad example, but you could definitely find a DC character or two where you're like, it's very.
It just doesn't make any sense, man. Look, I watched Stargirl this last year, and what's the one girl's dad, who's got like the mask over? He's got a hood over his head, kind of looks like Cobra Commander. Trying to remember. No, the snake guy, serpent guy. He's got the serpent eyes.
I have not watched Stargirl. I have to find out who the villain is. It's a villain, right?
Yeah, it's a villain. I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Scarecrow's the same way. Then Scarecrow's a good example because Scarecrow, puts that mask on. It looks like a hood.
Yep.
Or better. Well, here's the thing: if you want to talk about a possibly culturally offensive, a truly possibly culturally offensive Scarecrow, go look at the '98 revamp of Scarecrow.
I'll look it up right now.
He's got the hangman's noose hanging around his neck.
Okay, so with that, I can see how that can be considered insensitive, but like,
well, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying I'm not justifying saying it is culturally offensive. I'm just saying I can see interpretations of such.
Like I can,
if anything, the Cobra Commander looks like with a hood. It's more of a hangman's noose hood.
Yeah.
Like a hangman's, like an executioner's.
Like what Soups had on in Man of Steel issue 6.
Oh, here's the guy. Here's the guy that I was talking about. Somebody.
Baron Zemo is another great example, though. Or Black Hood and Watchmen.
So this right now.
Hooded Justice, you mean? Yeah.
This character right now is on is on Stargirl. Oops, let me pull it up. So this character right now, I can't remember his name.
Because
I can't remember his name. But he is the guy on Stargirl.
Oh, I'm assuming that's Dragon King.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
That looks kind of stupid, if I can be honest. That looks kind of dumb.
Just saying, that's one of the villains. And it's supposed to be a throwback to like old villains, right? But the thing is if you can have that, right, then tell me why you can't have regular hooded Cobra Commander.
Like, did they give that as the reason, or did
It's his hood. That's it.
No, I'm saying, like, did Hasbro like officially? It's the person like on I'm assuming this was on Twitter.
I don't think it was a Twitter. I think it was, I don't know. I can't remember where it was, but yeah, they
It's ridiculous.
So let me show you what he looked like on the cartoon. Okay, and you tell me if this supposedly looks like a Klansman or if this just looks like something else. Here, hold on a second. Let me do this up here.
I'm just gonna.
If we can have that other thing, but we can't have this.
It's not even a hood. It's like a rag over his face with eye holes.
Exactly.
That's yeah, but that's just a rag with eye holes.
So I mean, I don't know. I just
someone said it looks like a medieval executioner type look.
That exactly. It's exactly what it's supposed to look like.
That's
so yeah. So so like, I don't know. Like I'm gonna show you another one here.
When you do
even
stuff like
even
this,
at his most evil look, right? So I know this was like the cartoon version, right? So that was like a cartoon version. So this right here is like a it's supposed to be like a more modern day look, right? He doesn't look like a Klansman. He looks more like Cthulhu actually, right there than anything.
They're putting the imagery and sensitivity of what hoods represent in this country. They're putting that behind this, and they're trying to instill fear. It's so like when you do that stuff, it doesn't do what you think it does.
Nope.
In fact, it does the opposite.
I don't know. It just
the same thing
me.
of like this is like the same thing of like 'cause I don't even think it's in the original Captain America movie, but like Hydra was a part of the Third Reich. It was like a subdivision.
They didn't put it in the first Avenger, but like it was basically they're Nazis. Was effectively what they did, but they were like a German science division or whatever was the official designation in First Avenger.
Yeah, they mention Hitler and the Third Reich and all that, but they never show like the swastika, which was like everywhere for the.
I will say this, and it's not simply about any sort of political correctness. The fact that there are multiple countries, this is for people who don't know this, there are multiple countries in Europe where depictions of the swastika is illegal. So it would be a nightmare. Like, for example, if you go look at, if we're going to go all the way back to the 1990s, go look at Wolfenstein 3D, how it was released in the United States, and go look how it was released in Germany. All of the swastikas have been removed. All of the swastikas were removed because it is illegal to depict iconography of the Nazi Party as such, which is also why you look at even modern Wolfensteins. Have that same issue.
So real quick, as we're kind of bringing
H
it
parts.
In here. Yeah, H parts is here too. Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $4.99 super chat says, "I was disappointing that The Rock is not back in F10 and 11, Fast and Furious 10 and 11."
Sorry, I got him on my keyboard anyway.
The feud between him and Diesel plus Cena will stay forever. P.S. Don't forget to release the air cut August 5th. Yes, there's an event to use the hashtag release the air cut on August 5th. So make sure to do that. I mean, The Rock and Vin Diesel and, John Cena. Look, John Cena can just get out of that equation altogether. I've never seen one of the Fast and Furious movies. So I don't really have a horse in that race. But I think it is silly when you have a franchise that's that big that obviously is beloved by a lot of people right now because they keep making these and looks like they're making 10 and 11. And, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is between The Rock and Diesel.
Well, me and Jarbo kind of share an opinion on this, which is like The Rock doesn't make franchises. He joins franchises later, but when like that's kind of like Hobbs and Shaw.
I've heard his
Yeah, he doesn't do franchises, and when they don't pan out, he leaves. He made his money. He doesn't need to stick around. He has no loyalty to these franchises, which is why I agree with Matt. Like, I don't think Black Adam is going to do the money that people think it's going to do because it's The Rock.
Maybe.
I want to watch him at some point, Jarbo.
You're missing out because Fast Furious is fun. H Barts with a $10 super chat. H Barts with a $10 super chat says, "Well, I never thought that it'd be so simple, but I found a way. And I always thought that it'd be too crazy, but I found a way."
Oh, I thought we were doing the opening to Drake and Josh.
That is what it is.
Oh.
To jail. He found a way to jail is what happened.
He did.
And I want to watch the Fast and Furious movies, Jarbo, but I had F9 explained to me, and I was just like,
"Well, they're supposed to be going. They're supposed to be going to space
we're going
here pretty
to
soon,
the moon."
Yes, and
So,
also
get that to look forward
to our Dr. O friend there. Yeah, rub it in, why don't you? Yeah.
I do want to remind everybody of this real quick before we go, since H Barts came here and since Matt Jarbo's here. I just want to rub this in a little bit.
Formally inducting him into the Poindexter Hall of Fame.
Yes, this we're talking. Yes, we are going to induct H Barts into the Poindexter Hall of Fame here at the channel.
You gonna get him a gold jacket, or you gonna get him like a
It's like hosting for the 5th time on Saturday Night Live. You get a jacket. I don't know. We'll get him something. Yeah, if you want a face reveal on H Barts, right now, this video of me and Tiffany shopping for him a birthday gift, bringing him Arby's, celebrating his 21st birthday with him, and having some fun with him and a bunch of his friends, and Elmo, who's in a lot of these streams and stuff like that. We did that. We did that on Saturday, and you can find that right now. You can find that at if you're a patron, there's a link in the patron in the Patreon for you to watch this, and then also if you're a member, you can watch this right away because there's a member video up of this. So it's almost an hour too. It's like 53 minutes. So there's like a lot of good footage there. Tiffany and I talk about a lot of stuff. We're driving, we're doing stuff, we're looking at stuff. A lot of old toys in this video. A lot of old just things that we're looking at, having a good time. Some creepy Muppet toys, or not toys, but like I swear to God, I found the creepiest Miss Piggy set. Like one is like a glass cup, and the other one is like a little flower holder. And I was like, yeah, I can't get that for him. Like, because I was looking for something for H Barts, Kermit related. And I was just like, I can't get this for him. This is ridiculous. But it's creepy. It is really, really creepy. So, anyways, so yeah, Tiff and I are back there. You get to see H Barts, trying to bring a piñata down, that may or may not have, an Avenger on it.
Oh
no!
No, I remember you told me about this. I should remember now. That was
little controversial there, H Barts, with his family's choice of Avenger to put for him to knock down out of a tree. Just saying.
Oh no.
We love H Barts, and I love this picture because it's like so him. Like, you know what I mean? It's just great.
It's him. What Photoshop, Gavin? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? That's H Barts.
And of course, I can hear him now. I'm actually very insulted that you would believe that this is Photoshop.
That's
awesome. It would be better if you did not get to see my face. Oh, all right.
Hi-oh, I thought I just needed to get away from Miss Piggy for a while.
We're not ready for the conversation of what was that?
That was my attempt at Miss Piggy. You Kermit.
That was horrible.
I know.
Not as good as the Kermit. Not as good as the Kermit. Not as good as the Kermit. We'll just be honest. We're honest. We're all about honesty here. And yeah, that was bad. H Barts found himself in the middle of a fee sandwich, which is ironic because we did bring him Arby's. Something Matt Jarbo could not deliver. Something that Matt Jarbo could not deliver.
And he showed you a spicy sausage. I know.
He did. He gave us some of his spicy sausage. It was pretty good too. All right, guys. Well, hey, thanks for joining us tonight. I had fun. I hope you all had fun. You never know what's going to happen around here. You never know who's going to end up joining by the end of the night. And I always love that about the Poindexter Lounge. So, Metaverse, why don't you tell people where they can find you, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at the most meta. I am on there frequently, and you can also find me on all podcasting platforms now, including and or soon to be iTunes. I finally figured out how to work their convoluted system. Just look up Talking Meta. I have 5 episodes out, and we hopefully will soon be pumping out more.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate that. And TW, it's always good to have you on the show, sir. And,
I'm always glad to be here.
And to hear your thoughts and your wisdom and your accent and your impressions.
Buddy,
your impressions.
I do not have an accent, buddy. What are you talking about? Like,
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
But thank you for saying I have wisdom. I do appreciate
it. And it's also good. It's also good to hear your impressions, at least the good ones.
The good ones. No more Miss Piggy. I'll do the Kermit, but no more Miss Piggy.
There we go. Hey, everybody in the chat, thank you guys. Love you all. You guys are all awesome. Always good to see you guys. Don't forget, anybody who gave a super chat tonight, that you are in for our giveaway this week, which is this triple Blu-ray set of Superman the movie, the Donner cut of Superman 2, and of course Superman Returns, the new trilogy, as Warner Brothers would say.
Oh Lord.
Right?
What?
Warner Brothers has a thing about making trilogies, don't they? So there you go. But hey, make sure to follow us on social media. Yes, Adam Burke, it was good to have you here tonight. This was Adam Burke's first Poindexter Lounge. So hey, so glad. Yes, Nicotina's mom. You want a Nicotina's mom to go? Is that what you want? It's like a doggy bag. It's like you got your fill of the main course of Poindexter Lounge, and okay, here you go. Nicotina's mom. Oh yeah, tastes like sugar. Yum. Stripper. Why did you say that? It's all good. So anyways, yes. So follow us on social media and look for tomorrow. We should have 2, maybe 3 action figure review videos coming out of Zack Snyder's Justice League figures. So Batman, Aquaman, and Cyborg, the regular Cyborg. So,
but can you do a review of the cheesecake though? I really would love to know.
That's in the Superman review.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the one I haven't watched. I watched the Flash one. I just haven't watched the
Superman. The Superman review is out. You got to watch Superman review, man. The cheesecake is in there. I will say this. I haven't opened up this Cyborg yet, and I don't think I think I'm going to have to get another one of these because this is too cool. I want Ray Fisher to sign this one. I got a regular one that I'm going to have Ray Fisher sign.
Mail it to me. No, I'm saying no. I'm saying because I'll.
Oh no! I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting until I see the man because I'm going to see him. I'm going to see him. So I'm waiting. Cool. That and I've got a dark side that Ray Porter's got to sign.
Yes,
as well.
And I'd love to have him sign the New Gods omnibus whenever that shows up in my house.
Yeah, so I got that way. But you know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to go back through all of my toy review videos, and I'm going to clip out every part where I rip the boxes open. And I'm going to put into a mega long video of just me ripping the boxes. And then I'm going to dedicate it to our friend William. I had that idea. We'll see. Paul, maybe tonight. I feel like I got my mojo back and it was fun to be back with all of you. Love you guys. Remember what I always say. Don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations and seek to see each other's points of view. And if you're here to tell me the Snyderverse ain't going to happen, you know what? I'll listen to you. I'll disagree with you, but at the end of the day, we can still be friends. All right. How's that sound? Deal? I hope so. All right. And then if we get it, just come back and celebrate with us. That's all we ask. All right. Until next time, my name is Enosh. Thanks to the panel. Thanks to everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome. I absolutely love everybody who comes in here. You guys are so great, and you're so respectful of each other. And I love the conversations that go on. And yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being you. All right. That's about it. Now I got to go pee again. We'll talk to you later. Bye.